Jory, Rich, we're supposed to get going. Oh. Are you ready?
Sorry.
Put down my head. Knock it off. Hello! Welcome to the 2021 NorCal Virtual Fringe Festival. As many of you may or may not know, our 2020 NorCal Fringe Festival had to be postponed with only 8 days before our performance was set to open. We had 21 shows. We had 4 performance venues. We were all set to bring you another successful festival. And then, as everyone in the world learned, we had to shut down. We as creative people, we were sickened. We were shocked at the fact that all of our playing spaces were gone. I mean, whether it be the cinema or local community theaters or touring festivals or Broadway, all of our performance spaces were closed and the world stopped. We all had to learn a new version of live performance. We are here live right now. You are at home live. We are just not live together. Whether you're watching on your couch, whether you're watching in your bedroom, or if you're like me, if you're watching on the toilet, you are able to get entertainment brought directly to your home from all over the place. We have entertainers that are giving a new version of live. Some of our shows are pre-recorded, some are from here, some are from not so close, and some are from other sides of the world. Hell, I just got an invite to the Istanbul Fringe Festival, which means I am no longer on the no-fly list and I'm allowed to go to Turkey. We have gathered for you, our audience, to prove to you that the NorCal Fringe Festival is ready to move on with these times, whether it means that we have to come directly to your home or if we can just come to you through YouTube. It's really up to you. But we have gathered 12 shows for you of all different types. We have historical pieces, we have dance pieces, we have stand-up comedians, which might be this person. We have solo performances and full theatrical cast numbers, and we cannot wait for you to see all of them. But none of this would have happened without a certain select few people. I'm going to turn it over to Rich to thank those people.
A festival like this doesn't happen with just a couple people's efforts. We have had a lot of assistance, and first of all, I would like to thank Nevada County Media. Ramona and her crew here have been just exceptional. They have catered all our needs, taught us how to do this thing right, and we are looking forward to a much, much longer relationship with Nevada County Media. Marcia Birch, the other co-producer of the festival, isn't here today and is integral a part of this festival as possible. She does all the computer, all the website, all the links. Marcia, we can't thank you enough for all your efforts. The local radio station KVMR, always very supportive, has supported us and sponsored us for all our festivals. And the Union, our local newspaper, also always very supportive, always a good source of information to find out how to watch this show. I think it's time to start the festival.
Well,
Finally.
If they're enjoying this festival, should or shouldn't they not find a spot to donate to these artists to make sure that all of these artists can get some funds? Because with all the venues closed, touring artists have been hit hard by this pandemic. But we have a way to give back to them. And how can they do that, Rich?
We have a link on our website that is a direct attachment to PayPal. All the money that gets donated during the festival for both weekends is going to be split amongst the 12 shows. Everybody knows that they need assistance on making all this work, and this is a gift to the community we've looked at. We are presenting this for free for you and free for the performers to participate. We would love to be able to give a gift back to the performers in the form of some money, besides the gifts to the community, that our show to you is free.
Sounds great. Let's get on with the festival.
I'm ready.
NorCal Virtual Fringe Festival is very proud to present A Day at the Beach, written by, there's this guy, he seems familiar to me. I think his name may be Jaye Vocque. Oh wait, that's me.
That's
oh,
you?
That's me. This is my show. This is a show I wrote. Okay, sorry. It's two women on the beach in swimsuits, drinking heavily during the apocalypse. I mean, what more can I say? If you don't want to watch that, I don't know if we can be friends.
It's hashtag relatable, guys.
It is indeed.
Everybody knows the storm is coming fast. The day will soon be here when those who are caught unprepared will be the first to fall. That much is clear. So on that fateful day when it all hits the fan, can you stand your ground and survive? While there's people crying, people dying everywhere around.
Well, you didn't have to make a big show of it.
What?
If you wanted to sit by me, you could have. You didn't have to make a big production out of not sitting by me, just so I'd ask you to come sit by me.
I'm confused.
Don't be. Just come sit by me.
You want me to come sit by you?
You want to come sit by me. Look at me, sounding like a fucking Jedi. Look, you obviously want to come sit by me.
What makes you say that?
Miles of deserted beach in either direction, and you decide to drag your stolen lounge chair close enough to me, yet just out of reach that I have to come to you. Are you a cat person?
I didn't steal my chair.
I stole my chair. You got yours from the same place.
I left $20.
For who? Just dry your shit over here.
Look, I just want to sit here, read my book in peace, and wait.
For the end. Well, if you can't say it, how are you going to face it?
I don't want to face it. I just want to read my book.
How many times have you read that book?
Excuse me?
Is it your favorite? Do you draw comfort from it?
What's it to you? Why are you attacking me?
Oh, am I attacking you? I'm sorry. I'm confrontational by nature. Look, why don't you drag your stuff over here so you're not alone?
What if I want to be alone?
That is definitely more my nature. Not yours.
I think I'll stay where I am. Thank you very much.
Okay. Suit yourself. Offer still stands, though.
Eight.
What?
I've read this book 8 times. This will be 9.
Why?
I don't know. It makes me feel like I'm safe. You know, I'm good.
Well, I hate to break it to you, honey, but you are not safe. You may be good. I don't know you. You seem okay, but you are definitely not safe.
I think I'll go back to my book now.
How am I supposed to know if you're good or not if you don't talk to me? What's your name?
It's Barbara Ann.
As in Barbara Ann.
Yes! My mom was a big Beach Boys fan. She grew up out here. My older sister's named Rhonda.
Help me run.
What's your name?
Who's walking down the streets of the city,
Okay,
smiling at everybody she sees?
Huh?
Who's reaching out to capture a rainbow? Everyone knows it's Windy.
Oh, your name is Wendy.
Yeah. My folks saddled me with a song lyric for a name, too. Sorry, mine's not as popular as Barbara Ann.
Why do parents do that to their kids?
I don't know. It's fun. Sure, it can get annoying at times, but it kind of helps shape my mindset, you know?
I can honestly say I have no idea what you're talking about.
Maybe you will, before the end. So what are you doing here?
Maybe I should move further down the beach.
You come all this way, drag your stupid heavy lounge chair all the way down here. Why?
Not that it's any of your business, but I've never seen the ocean.
Your mom grew up out here and you've never even seen it?
My folks got married, moved to Idaho. My sister was born. Then came me. Been there ever since.
I lived in the Gem State for a couple years. Boise for most of it. Meridian for a couple months. Where are you from?
Horseshoe Bend.
You're making that up.
Afraid not.
Long, long way from home. So you've never seen the ocean before and decided to take this one last chance to see it. Where are the folks?
Back home. Most of the town's either at the hall or the church, just waiting.
But not you. You decided to wait here with me.
I had no idea anyone else would be here. I figured it would be
Empty.
safe.
There's that word again. You do know what's going on, don't you?
Darling Nick, there was this big cat at the end of the pier just now, like wild big. Should have been behind bars big. I mean, I guess the zoo let all the animals go, like why keep them locked up during all this? But could you imagine, somewhere out in town, there could be orangutans in trees, or dolphins in pools. Okay, come to think of it, not that second one, but like imagine, you're stuck in your third floor apartment and you look out the window and you see a freaking giraffe just munching away at a tree, looking back at you like sup. Or a gazelle running through the mall looking for a sail on the Ugg boots. Anyway, the big cat was leaning over the edge, like trying to figure out what the hell these things were. Like, look, this big mountain lion kitty was like, look at the moist, legless rats, it's fucking huge. It was the funniest thing, man. What was the time?
That last lap took you 11 minutes, Skip.
Who was your friend?
Skippy, this is Barbara Ann.
Hello?
You're cute. Want to get naked?
Oh, Skippy! She's not like that.
Sorry, creature of habit. Was hoping to see some boobs before the end. Nikki here says if I'm there when it happens, I get to see hers. But she knows damn well I'm gonna be out there riding the biggest fucking wave since the one that helped wipe the dinosaurs off this rock. Woo!
Skippy! You're scaring the normie. Why don't you head up to the boardwalk? I could really use a beer if you could find one.
On it. You want anything?
What?
The young gentleman is headed up to the food shacks to see if there is anything not picked through. Any requests?
I think oh. I don't have any more money.
Oh, you're cute and funny. Bit on the stuffy side, but loosen up. Soon there'll be no one else left to impress. Nikki, can I leave my board here?
It's a free country. Well, at least for the next 53 minutes.
Is that all?
I'll bring you back a Coke, cute, funny, stuffy lady. Beer for you, darling Nikki.
I thought you said we were alone out here.
Oh, who's Skippy? Oh, I'm pretty sure he comes with the beach. I don't think he could be considered human. More like a horny puppy that somehow grew to the size of a man.
Why did he call you Nikki?
Oh, because that was my name when he met me.
So is that your real name?
No.
So it is Wendy.
Yes, but I've been Darling Nikki, Christine 16, Proud Mary, Peggy Sue, Mary Lou, Susie Q, Layla, Lola, my Sharona, Cecilia, Sheena, Lovely Rita, Long Tall Sally, Lucille, Maybelline, Michelle, My Belle, Billie Jean, Brandy, Mandy, and Fanny, Sweet Jane, Sweet Caroline, Ruby Tuesday, Roxanne, Rosanna, Elvira, Dear Prudence, whoa, Black Betty, Ram a Lamb, and Gloria, Gloria.
Why?
I don't know. I spent a long time trying to find me. Apparently there were a lot of me's to find. Have you always felt like being Barbara Ann?
I never really thought about it.
Well, have you ever done anything no one expected? Just ran off and did something crazy, something mega stupid.
I flew here.
Woo! There we go. Tell me.
when all this was on the news.
Oh, wait, hold on. I have something for this. You talk, I'll pour. Oh, unless you want a white. I think I have a shard in here somewhere. It's not cold, but it'll do.
I don't drink.
Never?
Once. At my cousin's wedding, my sister kept pouring me champagne and calling it fancy ginger ale.
What'd you think?
I threw up mid-hokey pokey
Oh, no.
on my cousin's wedding dress.
Oh. But before that?
Everything was kind of silly.
You'll be fine. Just, if you have to throw up, don't aim for me. I don't have a dress to soak it up. No, look, we only have like 50 minutes until the end of the world and the death of every living thing on it. I am not drinking this bottle of 7 deadly zins. Figures. All by myself. So I will pour you a glass, you will drink said glass, and we will see how long it takes for you to let go of all of this. Go.
I was sitting in my parents' guest house that I rent when the news came on. I could hear my dad praying from the living room through the open window. That's a preacher in our town, so I knew everyone was going to turn to him, but all I could think was I wanted to be as far from that little town as possible. Dad said I was foolish if I was meant to be there with family, waiting for God to collect us. Mom bribed a local crop duster with a case of homemade pickles and a bottle of Dad's hidden bourbon to fly me as far as Sacramento.
Well, Sacramento's still a ways away. Do you have a plan after that?
Thought I could rent a car. I had some money, but when I got there, no one was there. So I took one and left an envelope with my credit card. I know. I drove all night. And around Fresno, my gas light came on. It was dark and I hadn't seen many people on the road, so I was a little surprised to see an older man at the gas station. He pumped my gas for me, but wouldn't take any money from me. He just kept offering me things if I would touch him.
Holy shit.
I broke his arm. What the fuck? I've been studying Taekwondo since I was 13. Dad said, God helps those who help themselves, and made sure his girls knew how to help themselves. Signed us up for classes at the local college.
Wow. Watch out for Supergirl over here.
I've always been more of an Electra fan.
You are just full of surprises. Ba, 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 ba.
Thanks. I don't remember your song. Sorry, Wendy.
That's okay. So what did he offer you?
Butterfinger, beef jerky, cold soda.
Hey, little girl. Want some candy? I guess all creepy old men have the same line. More wine?
I guess.
So Dad says you dumb girl. Mom secretly helps you get away. What about Big Sis? Did she help you, Rhonda? Oh, shit, I hit a nerve. Oh, careful with that. You're new at this, remember?
Rhonda doesn't talk to the family anymore. Dad kicked her out. She came home for Thanksgiving with her college roommate, Ruby. I had a long talk with our folks in the study, and I was stuck at the table with her roommate, who kept asking me about my friends and stuff, over them yelling in the other room. She was nice. Dad kicked them out and said I couldn't talk to my sister anymore because she was going to burn in hell.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry.
I don't even know where she is right now.
Did you try to contact her after all of this started?
Called the last number I had, and some Chinese man answered, yelling not to call there again. At least I think he was Chinese. I don't actually speak Chinese, so
I speak a little. Enough to get me slapped.
I just don't get it. Where would she learn it?
What, Chinese?
No, to be you know,
A lesbian! Well, first born with it, not learn it. And honestly, I think all women are at their core bisexual. Some just repress it more than others.
there's no way I am.
Fine, nobody's telling you have to be. I am.
You are what?
A lesbian.
Are
you okay?
I think I should go.
Why?
I just don't think we have a lot in common.
So what? We only have so many minutes left before the end of the world, and you want to spend it continuing a blind hatred towards a group of people you've never even once tried to understand?
Well, I didn't want to stay here if Skippy was here either. I just don't want to spend my final moments dealing with someone trying to get in my pants. I don't get what's so funny.
Of course you don't.
Seriously, I think
Okay, hold on. So you seriously think that because I'm a lesbian, because I eat the pussy, that I will for some reason become an uncontrollable horn dog and throw myself at you?
Well, you said you're a lesbian.
I am. I'm also a decent fucking human being who will, for a variety of reasons, not be throwing herself at you.
Oh, but...
Okay. You need a list. A, I left the girl I was dating back in San Francisco so she could be with her family in the end, who disowned her like you disowned your sister. 2, I don't feel the need to throw myself at every piece of ass that's put in my face, and C, you're not my type.
Dad
Is a homophobic idiot. Enough said. Listen, sweetie, we are 2 people alone in this world. I don't know why you're here. I know why I'm here, but here we are. Now you can drag your stuff down the beach, but I will always know you're there and you will always know that I'm here. Nothing will change except for that nagging feeling that maybe, just maybe, you should have stuck around and watched the show with me.
I'll stay.
So, why do you think this is happening? I mean, atheist, Muslim, Christian, Satanists are all going to be wiped out together. Is your God punishing them and saving you, or is their God punishing you and saving them?
I haven't given it much thought.
Well, you obviously have a mind of your own. I mean, you thought, I've never seen the beach before. And poof, here you are. You journeyed alone. And then, seeing the vast loneliness that is this beach, you drug your chair all the way down here. You made that choice. So make another one. Start small. What is one opinion you have that you feel alone on?
I hate Brad Pitt.
Why?
He's too perfect. Like he was made in a lab to be the perfect Hollywood leading man. Oh, and on top of it, he's charitable and adopts a bunch of needy kids from around the world. It's not fair.
Okay, I gotcha. Like there has to be balance. He's probably got a basement full of dead hookers. You know, to be fair.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh at that.
Why not? I thought it was funny. So what other deep, dark secrets do you want to expunge?
I'm afraid of Jell-O.
Jell-O? Every kid's favorite dessert.
It's gross. It moves on its own like it really is alive. I had to eat a bunch of it when I had my appendix out, and it was all slimy and sort of solid, going down my throat like it was trying not to go. Oh, it's gross.
Okay. So you read electrocomic books on your own. You hate Brad Pitt and Jell-O. No one told you to. You made your own choices and answered your own questions. So why do you think this is happening?
Mankind is cruel,
Keep going.
stupid,
And?
selfish, arrogant jerks.
I'm getting the shard.
All we had to do was end this insanity back when it started, but one man said he had the biggest pee-pee and dared everyone to prove it wrong. And now we have bombs flying through the air, probably hanging over our heads right now.
Now you're getting it.
And because of a stupid, selfish, arrogant arrogant man. I don't even get to say goodbye to my sister.
I am sorry. Oh, hey, you could still say goodbye to her. She's just not here to listen.
How would that help?
Pretend I'm her. Say what you need to say, ask what you need to ask.
I can't pretend you're my sister.
Why not? Have you ever been in a school play?
Was Mary in a church play once?
Of course you were. Look, you are obviously not Mother Mary, so if you can pretend to be her, pretend I'm your sister.
Fine. I'm mad at you. I was trapped in the house because of you. We made all these plans to get out of that stupid town, and then you went away to college. You wanted to be different. You decided to be trendy. So Dad pulled the reins tighter on me. I wasn't allowed to go out after dark. He was afraid the real world would come and take his only daughter. And now the real world is here to take us all.
Why did you stop? You were on a roll.
What's the point? None of this matters anymore. It's all over soon, and you aren't her, so maybe I should go.
Wait, you shared. Can I at least give you your sister's rebuttal before you go?
I don't.
Maybe I went away to college to better myself so that I could come back and help you. Maybe college was that crack in the wall that we could both see through, and maybe while I was there being overwhelmed by a world we knew nothing about, I met someone. You can't stop that from happening, and what if I loved that someone? Or at least thought I did. And what if that someone showed me things in myself that I never thought possible? And what if I would pack up everything and move away with that someone? It wouldn't change my love for you. What if that's all I ever wanted for you was to be overwhelmed, to fall madly, deeply in love, or don't? All I ever wanted was for you to be happy.
Whoa, I'm totally interrupting, but maybe a few drinks can move this into a Skinamax area of entertainment?
Skippy, when two women are having a conversation, you gotta learn to respect that, even today.
Thank you.
Sorry it ain't cold. I'm sorry, Nikki. Did I fuck everything up?
Hand me that bottle of tequila, we'll call it even.
Damn. Can I at least have a beer?
You can take them all if you do another lap.
Woo, and I feel fine.
He's like a cartoon character brought to life by a dying kid's wish.
You really think that's what my sister thought?
I don't know. I mean, you obviously love your sister, and I can only assume that she loves you the same amount. I bet if you were the one to have gone to college, this all could have been reversed. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I have all the questions, but that's not the issue.
You okay?
Fine, damn, more than fine. Or will be in about 40 minutes.
Are you excited about all this?
Why not? Humans don't deserve this planet. We're the leftovers from the last major extinction. And then we grew up and figured out how not to let the universe to destroy us. We learned that all by ourselves. Now, don't get me wrong. We did a lot of good shit out there. Poe's Telltale Heart, Picasso's The Weeping Woman, Prince's Little Red Corvette. Boogie Nights was pretty good. Arrested Development didn't suck. But that doesn't make up for all this shit we did. God, this is getting too serious. You can have some.
Oh, no thank you.
You had wine.
I did.
Mm-hmm. Oh, careful there. That's like lava. You've been sipping on honey.
Is there any way to stop it?
Drink slower and more of it.
No, it.
Not any longer. We're past the point of no return. I mean, maybe before if we just loved more, taught love. I mean, hell, 23 minutes ago, you were ready to bolt because you were deathly afraid I was going to tie you to my chair and have my way with you. All because your father hated and taught you to hate. Maybe if we just loved, taught love, we wouldn't be here. But here we are. Bunch of fucking bastards.
To effing buttheads!
Say it.
What?
Say fuck. Just once. Have you ever said it?
Once. Got my mouth washed out with lava soap.
Why did you say it then?
I got kicked in my gadget. I don't know.
One, you're adorable. Two, your gadget.
It's what my peepaw always called it. Don't swing so high, the whole world will see your gadget. Now, honey, you can't crawl under the pews. Everyone will see your gadget.
Be careful with that fire water there, gadgets.
Gadgets? That's like if I called you poo.
You almost said it. Why'd you stop?
I don't know. Why is it so important if I curse?
Oh, think of it as your own verbal ocean. I mean, you never saw the ocean and took this chance to see it. Why not take this chance to say this one stupid little thing?
Because it's bad.
According to who? Who's gonna know? Who's gonna care?
God.
Well, 36 minutes to see if you're right, I guess.
Why would he let this happen?
Oh, I am the wrong person to ask that question.
You're the only one here.
I am a lesbian, atheist, socialist, who dabbles in existentialism and a dash or two of Wiccan. I am the last person to try and figure out what the invisible man you believe in may or may not be thinking when it comes to this colossal fuck-up that's happening to you and me.
What did we do? What can we do?
Die? Sorry. We can sit here. We can drink, cry, curse, scream, and if you were me, you'd drink some more.
But what if you were...
Why? That's like drinking eggnog in July. Possible, but pointless. Fine. What if he or she was waiting until the very last minute? What if this is a test for you to see if you buy into it?
So there's really nothing we can do.
Okay. That's it, Gadget. I'm cutting you off. I don't want you puking on my wedding dress before the big finale.
My name's not Gadget. It's Electra. And I am an avenging angel, and maybe I should keep drinking. Maybe we should just drink until the wave hits and we see Skippy ride it. Hopefully with his shirt off.
Barbara Ann, you dirty, dirty girl.
Electra. If you can change your name a bunch of times, I can change mine once.
Okay. Electra, why'd you sit by me?
I came to see the ocean, and you were by the ocean. And I guess no matter how alone I feel, nobody actually wants to be alone, especially today.
Why do you think no one else is here?
Why do you think no one else is here?
I asked you first.
Maybe everyone's home with loved ones. Or at churches. Or burning down shopping malls. Or having orgies.
Why are you here?
I came to see the ocean.
It's beautiful. You never came before.
Nope.
You could have.
Never did.
Never wanted to?
I always wanted to.
Did you?
What's with these questions, Wendy?
Because what I'm about to tell you is going to sound kind of crazy.
Crazier than the world is ending in 33 minutes?
32, and yes, just bear with me.
I thought you said I was cut off.
You're going to need it. So remember when I told you all of my names? Well, I left a crap ton out, including the name I was born with a very, very, very long time ago. Hathor.
Funny name?
You don't recognize it? I guess the public schools in Horseshoe Bend, Idaho don't teach what you'd call mythology.
I went to a private school.
I could have put money on that one.
What is it? What is it you're trying to say?
Okay, here goes. My given name is Hathor. I am standing before you as the human embodiment of the ancient Egyptian goddess of the sky, of beauty, music, love, fertility, motherhood, foreign lands. I'm still not quite sure about that one. And mining. Girls gotta have a day job, can't all be beauty and music. So when all of this shit went down, we gods and goddesses were tasked with finding our new starts. Men and women we could save for the end. We get to pick a few folks and bring them back for the next go around, and I'm asking if you want to go, is what I'm trying to say. You said it!
So you're crazy!
I thought you'd say that.
None of this makes any sense.
Which part? The I am an ancient Egyptian goddess part, the you I get to save people part, or the you are one of those people
How
part?
about the whole thing? It's ridiculous.
I know. This is hard to understand. So,
We may need more of this tequila.
oh, I have whiskey in my bag. Here. So, where to start? How about why should you believe me? So, imagine that all the gods and goddesses of ancient times, Egyptian, Japanese, Native American, Celtic, were all real, always have been. And as time passed, humans couldn't keep track of multiple gods. As soon as you got busier, you needed less to focus on. So Zeus stepped up and became your god. Well, all gods, really. And now that all of this is about to go away, he's asked each of us to pick a few people to stick around for another go-around.
But
Okay, I get it. This is all going so quickly and it's hard to wrap your brain around. So let me ask you a question. Do you want to die?
or get to be with my family.
Well, I didn't ask if you wanted to go to heaven. I mean, according to your religion, your sister won't be there, and your dad, even though he was a preacher, didn't seem to follow the golden rule. So leaving heaven out of it, do you want to die?
Of course not. Who wants to die?
So if you don't want to die, what have you got to lose?
Okay. Humoring you and say any of this is true. What would I have to do?
It's easy. Believe.
In?
And everything I'm telling you. It's not that hard. What have you got to lose?
How many people have you saved?
Including you? Including you too. I've saved you.
That's not a lot.
Well, it's hard to get people to believe in something that they wrote off as a fairy tale. It's like if Jesus were to come back and talk to an atheist on the last day. Would the atheist just believe Jesus, or would they ask for some proof?
Okay. How about some proof?
Well, therein lies the rub. I'm not allowed to show you anything directly until after you say you believe, and then I can say that you made the right choice, and we can laugh and laugh until the end of the world in, oh, let's say 29 minutes.
That's super convenient.
Leap of faith kind of shit. Sorry, I figured you of all people would understand. I mean, you just believe what your preacher father said.
That's different.
Because it's believed by a bunch of people, honey, millions of people believed in me for ages. You don't see people doing the Macarena anymore. Gods, just like songs, go out of style.
Who else did you save?
Skippy. Although to be fair, he was much easier to buy into it than you are. Of course, I probably could have told him I was Holden Caulfield or Scooby-Doo, and he would have bought that too. So maybe not the best example.
So you can't prove any of this.
No more than you can prove the fate of Lot's wife, or the meaning behind Dolly's melting clocks, or why Meatloaf is such an underrated musician.
What?
Opinion and conjecture. Look, I suppose if you believe in something hard enough, you make it real. So everyone says this is happening, but what proof did you ask for?
Well, we knew this was coming. It was all over the news. We had a countdown.
What do you think I've been giving you? Look, I can't show you anything magic directly, but think about it. California is a giant state, and you made your way to this beach, this mostly empty beach, save for one person. No pun intended. You never really tried alcohol before, and lo and behold, this stranger has plenty for you. You never got a chance to understand your sister, but now?
Are you trying to say you called me here? You somehow made me come to you?
No, travel maps, that lies firmly in Hermes' caseload. What I'm saying is, what if you were meant to be here at the end? What if there's more for you to do here?
Hermes?
Oh, Greek god of travel, communication, real bro kind of guy. Like his favorite band of all time is Limp Bizkit, and he's the reason that Entourage stayed on the air for like forever.
So you're crazy.
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm just a crazy woman reaching out to you and replying to 27 minutes on this planet as a favor to make herself feel more important. Like if she could get one stranger to believe in her delusions of grandeur, it would all be worth it. Or maybe I'm an angel, sent to test your faith for the great rapture that is happening to all of us. Or maybe I'm your sister, your lesbian older sister who attempted to commit suicide when she heard of all this and just wanted to end it on her own damn terms. Or maybe you're dreaming, and I am the exact embodiment of your 6th grade teacher, Miss Basili, who you trusted and looked up to, and so your subconscious called me here to help you through to the end. Or maybe I'm the younger version of your mom, from back before she gave up everything and decided to get knocked up by an Idaho preacher man.
Stop it.
Lots of options. Me being crazy is just one of them.
Ow. You.
Brain.
6th grade teacher was Basili.
I look a lot like her, especially in the boobs. This world could still be a magical place, despite what idiot men in power did to it. You can be safe.
I just have to believe.
Or don't. It's really up to you.
So you know, the old theater down at the end of the road shops on Miracle Mile? So, see the lights on the side, go take a peek. And it is packed. Like the whole theater is just packed with people. All sitting there, watching movies, eating snacks, like it's opening weekend of Jurassic Park or some shit. And not just sitting in chairs, sitting in aisles, standing in the back. I asked one of the folks standing in the back what's going on. They've apparently been at it all day. People have just been showing up and joining in. One movie ends, someone walks up to the projector booth and starts another. They told me they've been through Casablanca, Star Trek II Wrath of Khan, Lion King, and Blues Brothers. Rocky Horror Picture Show just started. I'm like, who's running this projector booth? A film student with multiple personalities? I think I'm getting faster. She cool?
She's having a bit of an existential crisis, Skip.
I had one of those once. Cialis cleared it right up.
I bet you're right. You know what the girl could really use is garlic fries and chicken fingers. Honestly, Skip, that's what any girl could really use.
I could hit up the snack shack again, see if the kiosk is all stocked up, fry us up some tastiness. I don't want to hit the mother wave hungry.
That'd be sweet, Skip.
Skippy!
What is up, my lady?
Winnie here tells me, sorry, Nikki tells me she made a deal with you.
Yep, both boobs, 42 seconds, 3 bounces, no touch.
No. Something else. Something about how she's going to save you.
Oh, that. Yeah, secretly she's like the ancient Japanese goddess of music, time, words been Satan. Her and all the other ancients get to pick a few folks up and take us to New Olympus. Now, Nikki here won't tell me where it's at, but my guess is the O'Farrell Theater in San Francisco. It just seems like a place Zeus would want to hang. So is that a yes on the ranch?
Yes.
Cool, see you in a bit.
Why did he call you Benestine?
Benzaten, because that's my name.
Hathor?
Okay, so quickie version. Not every human wrote all this stuff down 100% correct. There are a ton of gods and goddesses, and they all do different stuff. Zeus, for example, runs us all. When the Hebrews came around, they started calling him Yahweh, and so on and so forth. So Japanese call me Benzaten.
Egyptians call me Hathor, you call me Windy, Skippy calls me Nikki.
Got it. How did you know I wanted chicken fingers and fries?
Because I'm starving and I knew what I wanted.
What if I was vegan?
From Idaho?
Where do we go from here?
We wait. Skippy brings us tastiness. We eat, we drink, we be merry, we see a very bright light.
Then?
Well, that depends, I guess.
On?
On you. Really? At the very end, Skippy and I will be on the steps of New Olympus. Skippy will be surprised to see that it's the Hollywood Bowl. Zeus was always a bit of a showman. But you have a choice to make.
If I choose to believe you, I'm just there. And if I don't?
Well, therein lie some other issues. I said if you believe in something, you make it real. So if you believe in heaven,
Of course.
well, then that's where you will appear. If you believe in something hard enough and you believe you did everything you were supposed to get in, then you will just pop there.
But I believe in hell, too.
Same as heaven. If you believe you did everything you were supposed to get in and truly believe it, then pop, there you are.
But believing in you keeps me here. Would I be immortal?
No, you'd be saved. All that means is we'd be your gods and you as the start of humanity. Again, this has all been done before, well, once. But I really think we can do better this time around.
Why me?
Why would you ask that? Does a child ask why they were given a transformer they really want for their birthday? No, they say thank you and then proceed to eat so much cake that they throw up while riding the pony their absentee father rented for the day.
Why wouldn't I ask why me? You want me to believe, but you offer little evidence. I'm asking a valid question. Of all the people in the world, why me?
You are you. Flawed. Undiagnosed bipolar disorder, Electra comic book reading, faith questioning, good singer, great listener. You handle your alcohol better than anyone could expect, from the squirrel you saved from the boys who were chasing it to the secret birthday cards you still send your sister. You, Barbara Ann, are special, different. You.
In 25 years of the church? No one's ever told me that. I was always just another sheep in the flock. After all, there's this man, my dad. And he's standing in front of hundreds of people talking about good and bad, and everyone's listening, so he must be telling the truth. He knows better than me, so I should just get in line. So of course, I'm not worthy of attention or care. I'm not worthy of anything good. So I have to make amends.
For being alive.
That's the price.
That's bullshit. Even from your own religion, that's the bulliest of bullshit. When you're given a gift, you don't pay a price for that gift other than being alive. Your religion also says that you're given free will, but instead of exercising that free will, you decide to do what someone standing in front of a bunch of other people tells you to do. It's bullshit. Take it from someone who's gotten shit-faced drunk with the guy you call God. He is all about free will, if you know what I mean.
That makes no sense to me. And I hate getting gifts. If somebody buys me a birthday present, I be sure I thank them a lot. I even write them a thank you letter the very next day. And I either find a way to give it back to them, sell it and donate the money to the church, or if it's something I know they'll notice is missing, I look up the price and buy them something twice as much for their birthday.
Even when you were little?
Especially. It got easier as I got older, because fewer people buy you gifts after you turn 21. Well, at least until I turn 50, which isn't happening in the next,
19 minutes.
Thank you.
Hold on. Here.
What?
Happy birthday.
It's not.
It's a necklace. I've had it forever. Now it's yours.
For the next 19 minutes.
Well, if you decide to go out with a bang, then yes. But if you decide to stick around, then it's yours for a very long time. Because no matter what anybody has told you, you matter. Your existence matters. If anything, it matters to me and to anyone who has ever tried to give you a gift. So, bon anniversaire.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Bye bye, Barbara Ann. There. Looks perfect.
You don't even know me.
I do, but I don't need to in order to be thankful you're here. You talked, you listened, you made a real human connection at a time that I and you couldn't be more alone.
I'm glad I moved my chair over.
Me too.
So, if I believe you and I decide to go with you, does that mean that Skippy and I have to get married? Do Skippy and I have to mate?
Oh, no. Oh, no, no. There are a couple thousand deities, and they're all picking between 2 and 100 people. This is not an Adam and Eve sort of situation. If you find someone in that group that you want to hook up with, man, woman, trans, 2 spirits, and you both want it, then go for it. If you want to have kids, go for it. If not, fine. There will be plenty of people who want to have kids, and they will help move humanity forward. You can do your part by existing. Your likes, your opinions, your quirks will all help teach the next generation, whether you realize it or not.
2 spirits?
So, last night, I got fucked up on peyote and absinthe with coyote, Native American trickster god. Anyway, he started telling me that some tribes believe that a child is born with both masculine and feminine spirits, and that sometimes one wins out against the other, making the child male or female. But sometimes they coexist in harmony and they're just left to be themselves and nobody bothers them. I like that.
What?
That is your favorite word. Where did that whiskey go?
It's here.
Thank you. So, you said if you believe me?
I did?
Mm-hmm. Does that mean you almost believe me?
Well, it's hard, especially since you keep pointing out that you could just be crazy.
Sorry, can't make it easy.
That's super convenient.
What can I say? Zeus is a bit of a douche.
Convenient is my favorite word, by the way.
Really? Why?
I like the way it looks. It's round in some places and sharp in others, used positively and negatively. Nothing silent or hidden. It's convenient.
Mine's kumquat.
Why?
Sounds dirty.
Oh. Skippy's coming.
Oh, good. 15 minutes to go.
Is that all?
Yep. You know, I'm curious to see if something man-made like this will be as pretty as when the asteroid hit. Now that was a light show.
See, it's things like that
So
that
the
make
kiosks were bare, but then I remembered the surf shop had a small snack shack, and bingo, bango, water, tango, there it was. Well, I was frying up this batch. I saw this boy and his dog hiding under one of the long picnic tables. Boy on one end, dog on the other end. He had this little red ball he would roll to the dog, and he would pick it up and spit it back out at the boy. Man, I must have been watching them a long time, because I burnt the batch. But it's all good, though. I figured I could make some for them, and I fried that second batch to perfection. Got a set to them, got back here quick as a jackrabbit. But this whole time, I'm wondering, where the hell are that kid's parents right now? Anyways, I grabbed you a bikini in case you want to take a dip after your meal. I'd probably skip the whole waiting 30 minutes to get in the water till after you eat thing, all things considered. Dinner is served, ranch for the new gal, barbecue for the established lady.
Hey, that makes me sound old.
You look great for a few millennia.
Thanks, yoga.
So, is it time?
Almost. All good things.
Come to those who wait.
Definitions of an optimist and a pessimist right there.
So what are we talking about?
Religion, transgender laws, mating habits of humans in an apocalyptic situation.
Now that last one sounds like a more fun conversation.
I thought you'd say that. You have time for one more lap if you want, Skip.
You trying to get rid of me, darling Nikki?
No, if you want to stay, stay.
Say.
Oh. Am I wearing you down? Did my meal please you? Do I get to see twice the boobs? Look, I'm fucking with you too. Look, I'm gonna go take one final lap and then I'll be back for the ride of my life. Woo!
It's like he has cartoon bubbles over his head that he just reads aloud.
Wish I had that.
Why can't you? This is a whole new world for you. You can literally do anything you want. You want to be Electra? I don't recommend assassinating people, as there won't be a whole lot to spare, but hell, talk like her, dress like her, better yet be you.
I couldn't dress like her in a million years. I don't even wear a two-piece swimsuit.
Well, it's about to get a lot warmer here on the beach. You might want to think about putting on that swimsuit. Or nothing at all. It's really up to you.
Wendy,
Yes.
I'm scared.
Of what?
Of dying, of living, of believing, not believing.
It's a lot to be afraid of.
Tell me what to do.
I can't.
Why not?
Only you can tell you what to do. You can literally do anything. You have 13 minutes. You can cry for everything going away. You can sit here and watch the world burn. You can do anything.
I don't know what the right thing to do is.
The right thing?
What should I do? If I just die, I get to see my mom and dad and sister, unless...
That's a lot of uncertainty there.
But by believing in you, I...
Risk the chance that I'm nuts and Skippy is high, and at the end we see a pretty light show.
But by denying...
You go to hell. And if I'm crazy because I'm saying I'm a goddess and you don't believe I'm real, then maybe there's a chance that what you've always believed in isn't real either. Either way, pretty light show.
There's more to it than that.
There is if you let there be. It can be simple. You can choose life. You can wake up every morning and go to bed every night. You can live. You can love. But anger, fear, depression, they stop us.
It can't be that simple.
It can't be that complicated. Why have things like happiness and joy if we're not allowed to experience them?
Is that what caused this?
Exactly.
Wendy?
Yes. Barbara Ann.
Can I stay with you?
11 minutes! God, that was close!
Well, bitch, you threw me for a loop with that old Hathor stuff. I thought we were supposed to just work out my father issues and stunted growth.
Well, I couldn't help it. I figured you needed a crisis of faith that looks like it worked.
What's the real time before it's all over?
We have 4 hours, 8 minutes, and 12 seconds before the blast should hit us.
Can we slow down on the drinking this time around? That was a lot of booze.
Here, have some chicken fingers, that'll help.
So, what's next?
Hand me the wig. My name is Angie. I am from Fort Stockton, Texas. I need to confront the guy who raped me at camp.
I have to play a guy?
I am suicidal and I need to confront the guy to get him to apologize.
I hate the violent ones.
You work out your stuff your way, I work out my shit my way.
Why are we still doing this? You know, we could just be making love until the end.
Soon, only a few more. I can't keep going. I can't let go of all this. I don't know if we're gonna face some judgment from someone or something, but I'm judging me, okay? I'm judging me for holding on to all this crap and not having the fucking guts to let it go until the end of everything. Call it a spiritual spring cleaning. Everything must go. And then, at the end, if all I am is energy, then maybe I'll only be sending positive energy into the universe. And then when everything rebuilds and whatever the next step is of this never-ending cycle, I'll only be sending positive energy into the universe.
I love the way your mind works. Why do you think Skippy keeps going along with all this?
You have anything better to do with your last 4 hours, 5 minutes, and 23 seconds?
Of course, it all had to end on a Tuesday.
Fuck Tuesdays.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Are you ready for some more fringe fun? Next up, we've got Pirates, Mermaids, and A Girl Who Couldn't Swim by Arnold Anthony Schmidt. Now, this one is really cool. Not only is it written by a local writer who has actually participated in a lot of fringes before this, he's done work for the 3-hour plays in the past, but is one of our only family-friendly shows. So bring your kids out. It's got everything. It's got pirates, it's got mermaids, there's definitely a parrot, there's the Cave of Lost Socks. What are you waiting for? Go watch it. Go.
Arr.
Amity! She must be around here somewhere, and I've got to find her. She's the only one who can help me find the lost treasure. Uh-oh, somebody's coming. I better hide.
Come on, let's hurry up, okay?
I'm coming. You just want to get home so you can play your video games.
Absolutely. Video games about pirates.
Pirates, what foolishness.
I think they're cool. Look, in my new game, I get to sail a pirate ship, fire a cannon, fight duels with sabers, even find buried treasure.
Find buried treasure? You couldn't find a treasure chest if you were locked inside of it.
Sure I can, but stay away from the water, okay? You know you can't swim. I don't want to have to fish you out again like yesterday after you fell in.
I didn't fall in. You pushed me in.
Same difference.
If only you agreed with me, we'd be home right now playing with our new dog.
Or cat.
They always look like they'd rather not be bothered.
Absolutely. Way cool.
Help me! Help me!
Wow.
Who are you?
I'm Sylvia.
Whoa, scaly.
Are you some kind of a fish or something?
A mermaid, my dear. A mermaid.
Aren't you supposed to be in the water?
Well, yes, but I'm stuck. If you pull my arms, you'll be able to get me out. Oh, that's much better. Thank you. I was feeling awfully cramped. No room to wiggle your toes.
I didn't know mermaids had toes.
On land, we do. How else could we get around?
I guess.
We even wear high tops.
Cool.
How did you get stuck in there anyway?
Well, I have a sister.
Ugh, say no more. Sisters are trouble.
No more so than brothers.
Long ago, my sister Almanae and I were the best of friends. We spent our days racing whales, playing tricks on octopus, all the things children do.
Not any children I know.
And one day, we found a magic treasure chest. I thought we should share it, but Almanae wanted to keep it all.
Sisters. Figures.
We got into such an argument that she cast a spell and whisked the treasure away to a desert island. And there it sits today until she can figure out a way to get it all for herself. All mine, you know.
Wow, your sister's got some temper.
I'll say.
That's not all. She's got 2 pirates helping her.
Pirates? I like pirates, like in my video game.
Oh, these aren't video game pirates. These are 2 of the meanest, nastiest, most ornery, ugliest, dunderheaded buccaneers you ever saw. But what about you 2? If it wasn't for your help, I'd still be picking splinters out of my hindquarters. What kind of reward can I give you for rescuing me? What do you want more than anything else in the whole wide world?
A dog.
A cat.
You can't agree, can you? Just like Almanae and me. I just might be able to help, though.
You mean with the treasure?
What kind of treasure is it? Gold and jewels and stuff?
With all that, we could get a dog and a cat.
There are many kinds of treasure, my dears. For some people, it's gold. For others, well, it all depends on what you value. What's important to you?
Like chocolate?
Well, maybe.
And a cat.
Dog.
I see you've still got a difference of opinion. Maybe this will help. The Mirror of Promises.
What does it do?
It tells you what you need to know when you need to know it. All you have to do is whisper the magic words. But remember, this is our secret. You mustn't tell anyone else how the mirror works. Promise?
Promise.
Now come close so only you can hear the magic words. You never know who might be listening.
Blast! I can't hear the magic words, and I bet that little doohickey would help me find the treasure.
Look, it's writing something.
To learn the truth, you cast a spell and read the words the mirror tells. Summer, winter, rain, and snow, you wonder where your steps will go.
That's cool, but can it help us get a cat?
He means dog. But can it?
We'll find your treasure, what matters most to you. If you follow its instructions and do exactly as it says.
The magic island holds the key to mystery, truth, and fire. Inside the cavern, you will find your heart's secret desire. Is that Magic Island?
To this island you must go, traveling without rest. Take a ship and sail beyond to satisfy your quest. But take great care and don't be long. Return before sun sets. If night finds you, then all's in vain. You'll never see your home again?
Never see home again? I'm not leaving my pirate video games for some boring trip.
A ship? I can't go on a ship. There might be sharks.
Sharks? I like sharks.
I do too, on television, but not when I'm in the water with them. Besides, I don't even know how to swim.
Oh, is that true, dear? Not even a little?
No.
But you're okay in the bathtub.
Sure, in the bathtub, but there are no sharks in the bathtub.
You should learn to swim, then I could take you underwater. Oh, lots of fun. I could show you a few things if you want. How to dance a sailor's hornpipe with the hermit crab, or talk with dolphins.
I'm not interested.
Don't be so hasty. Hermit crabs are wonderful dancers, and dolphins tell some very funny jokes.
No, I'm not going to any stupid island, and that's that.
Me neither. Sounds scary.
Better and better. Then stay home so there's all the more treasure for me. But how can I get there? I've got to get my hands on that mirror. And that magic spell. I'll fetch my first mate Lucky and come up with a plan. Ha ha!
No luck finding the kids yet, Captain. I've walked up and down the beach and haven't seen so much as a crab. Are you sure they're the only ones who know the way to Almany's treasure?
It's not Almany's treasure, Lucky. It's our treasure, you blundering fool.
Well, technically, it's nobody's treasure until we get to that desert island where she's hidden it.
The Isle of Possibilities. You'll be ours once we claim it.
Is it yours?
What's that? Think anybody's seen us?
What'd you say?
Oh, I said, do you think anyone's seen us?
I can't hear you. What'd you say?
Do you think anyone's seen us?
Seen us? Of course not. But if you keep yelling like that, they'll hear us for sure.
I thought I saw someone watching. From over there.
My hair?
Oh, not your hair. Over there.
What is it about my hair? Why not care? Why would I not care about my hair? What do you think I am, a fashion model or something? I like the way my hair looks.
Ugly.
Listen, there it is again.
Ugly. Ugly. Blackbeard's hair is ugly.
What do you mean, ugly? Don't you like my hair?
I didn't say anything. Of course I like your hair. It's just so, hairy.
Blackbeard's got no beard. Blackbeard's got no beard.
It's that crazy bird of yours. What did he say this time?
Oh, Blackbeard's got no fear. Blackbeard's got no fear.
That's right.
Shh. We've got to be quiet.
Dang sorry. I got so excited I clean forgot. All right. If If we want to find the treasure, we've got to convince those kids to lead us to the Isle of Possibilities. We'll ask them real nice about the treasure.
And if they won't help us?
Then we'll have to convince them now, won't we? Ow!
What a klutz! What a klutz!
Shut that mangy bird up, won't you? I don't understand why you don't have a platypus or a pet or kangaroo like an ordinary pirate.
Oh, well, I wanted someone to talk to, in case I feel lonely.
Someone to talk to is one thing, but someone who talks back is something else entirely.
So tell me, what are you going to do with your share of the treasure after we find it?
Well, for one thing, I'm going to buy that bird cage and lock up that crazy parrot of yours.
Good luck, buddy.
Oh, she likes you.
I hate Captain Blackbird. I hate Captain Blackbird.
I thought you said she liked me.
She does. She's just, playing hard to get.
Well, maybe you better feed her a more balanced diet so she won't be so irritable. Pizza 3 meals a day? The cholesterol must be the roof. She should eat fruits and vegetables. Stuff like that.
Polly likes pizza. Polly likes pizza.
What can I do? The girl knows what she likes. Aha!
Uh-huh? What do you mean, aha?
He means aha! My young friends, that's a lovely little mirror you've got. Maybe you'd let us take a look at it.
Oh no, that's ours. We got it from our friend Sylvia the mermaid.
I know, but it doesn't belong to Sylvia. It belongs to her sister Almany.
No, it doesn't.
Aye, just like the treasure.
You're the pirates you warned us about.
Yes, but we're very nice.
And we're not dunderheads.
I'm not so sure about that.
We're not afraid of you.
I'm the most kind-hearted pirate in the world. Ain't that so lucky?
Well...
Come on, admit it. Who's got a kindlier heart than me? Come on, admit it. Who's got a kindlier heart than me?
Kind-hearted. Kind-hearted. Balderdash. Balderdash.
Remember how I was on the last voyage with Fancy Pants?
Oh, yeah! But, didn't you steal his pancake?
Yes, I guess I did. But what about how nice I was to Waterproof William?
Oh, you were pretty nice to him, I'll admit.
I was, wasn't I?
Before you threw him overboard.
I guess I did, didn't I? What about Sandy Nails?
You stole his pancakes too.
Overboard! Blech.
Everybody's so sensitive these days.
I don't like them.
Me neither. What do you care about the gold mirror anyway?
We're planning a little trip to the Isle of Possibilities. I thought it might come in handy.
Well, it's a gift from Sylvia and we're not letting it go.
Give us that mirror!
No! Hey, give it back!
Don't worry. We'll take good care of it.
Leave them alone. Leave them alone.
Shut up, you overgrown chicken. Lucky, grab the children.
Hey, let us go!
Quiet. I'm thinking.
I thought I smelled something burning.
Call the fire department.
Maybe we should set them free, Captain. After all, we've got the mirror.
But we need that magic spell. And I don't want anything keeping me, us from the treasure.
I will never tell you!
Well, how hard can a spell be? I've got one. Here it goes. Pickles, wiggles, vomits, glee. Treasure's bright, all for me. Tangle, spangle, oddbox, see. Transport all that gold to me! Nothing. Well, maybe this one. Dark of night, selfish heart. Take it's not. Stealing treasure from here. Gold and silver now appear. Blast it. Show me how to use the mirror of promises.
Never. We won't let anyone use our mirror.
But we're not just anyone. We're your friends.
You've got us all wrong. We don't want to hurt you. We want to help you.
Uh-huh. How come we're tied up like this?
Set them free.
Oh,
Set them free.
shut up, you mangy bird.
Maybe we should explain ourselves. We'll set you free as soon as you get to know us a little better.
Understand us.
Trust us. Listen to our story and judge for yourselves.
A pirate's life live we, to sail across the sea, to have such fun we're second to none, and do just what we please.
I'm as lucky as can be. That's my name. I love to swim and play. My mate and I have a lovely time. Just the dolphins and whales and we.
Blackbird is my name. You wonder how it came. I take great care of my single hair till my bill grows back again.
Years ago, we sailed with our skipper, our destination oh so far away. Our goal would make a dolphin flip his flipper. A magic island held us all in sway.
The island promised us our heart's desires. What did we want? What would good fortune bring? The skipper said that love sets hearts on fire. But we were sure we wanted only bling. We knew we wanted gold, jewels, and treasure, since riches give one pleasure without measure. Adventures we survived and far we sailed. We found no gold though, so our mission failed.
This time we sail with such a simple plan. Your children lead us to the isle again. For only treasure really makes us pant. About those riches we both rave and rant.
We want gold!
We want jewels.
We want treasure!
See what I mean? What could be clearer than that?
Now I really don't trust them.
Me neither.
Set them free. Set them free.
Here's what I suggest. We all want to go to the Isle of Possibilities, right? But what if I give you your mirror back?
Okay.
Provided that you show us the way.
I don't know.
Maybe we should go with them. They do have a ship.
I guess so. Untie us.
Oh, sure. We're partners now, aren't we?
It's not like we have any choice.
You kidnapped us.
Kidnap. Kidnapped.
We invited you, firmly. And now to show good faith, I'll return you your mirror.
Thanks.
Now, all aboard the ship. Lucky, hoist the mainsail.
Aye, aye, Captain. Where should we set our course?
We better ask the mirror of promises.
Okay, I guess.
The Mirror of Promises says to go west.
I wonder which direction that is.
I'm thinking that way.
Well, what about this way?
Well, you see that island? It's green. And green is my favorite color, so that must be a hint. That must be the way to go.
There's lots of green islands, like that one or that one. You can't navigate like that.
Listen to the boy. Listen to the boy.
Oh, navigate. Big word.
You know, Blackbeard, I don't think you can navigate like that.
Whatever that means.
Of course, don't be ridiculous. Of course I can navigate. I'm the captain, aren't I? It says so right here. See, Captain Blackbeard.
Even though you don't have that much of a beard.
You think you're so smart? Then you navigate a ship.
Navigate means to steer, guide, or control movement by turning a wheel or operating a rudder.
There's the rudder.
That's one smart bird.
I know what a rudder is, and I can steer. I'm the captain.
I'm sure you can steer, but in what direction?
My favorite color's periwinkle. Maybe we should steer towards that cloud over there. It's periwinkle.
We're doomed. We're doomed.
Periwinkle? What kind of color is periwinkle? Now you're coming up with all sorts of big words. Where'd you learn that? In school?
Oh, no, I had an old auntie once. Very kind. She liked periwinkle. It's sort of a, purplish bluish, or a bluish purplish. Oh, I always forget. She made me tea and crumpets. Huh.
Tea? Crumpets? Pirates don't eat crumpets.
Oh, they would if they could get them. Crumpets are tasty as the dickens.
We're drifting off the subject here, Lucky. Now, one thing at a time. Now, the mayor told us that we need to go west, so we need to know which direction is west. I mean, how can we figure that out?
We could use a compass. Surely you have one on board?
I don't know. Did you bring one?
Me? I thought you brought one. Okay, smarty pants. If you think you know everything. Now, how do you read a compass?
Easy. The needle always points north, toward the North Pole.
Oh, where Santa Claus lives. Really? Well, maybe we should go there.
Okay, please. Oh, you got to focus. One thing at a time. After we get the treasure, then we'll go to the North Pole and visit Santa Claus. He'd love it if we gave him some gold.
Santa Claus doesn't need gold.
Wealthy man. Wealthy man.
Well, I think he'd like it if we gave him some crumpets.
Oh, you and your crumpets.
You're a crumpet.
Can we get back to the compass?
But like I was saying, the needle always points north.
To Santa Claus. Oh, and I guess the reindeer are there too. Donner and Blitzen and Rudolph and Algernon and...
Algernon? Santa doesn't have a reindeer named Algernon. Now, will you please pay attention? You kids think that a compass is more reliable than sailing toward my favorite color?
Oh, we could vote. Pirates always sail under a charter. You know, a kind of agreement. We vote on things like where we're going to sail. We even vote on who's going to be captain.
What?
Oh, don't worry. If you want to be captain, you'll have our vote.
Well, I am captain.
Oh, of course you're captain.
All in favor of doing what the compass says and sailing that way west, raise your hand.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we settled that. Boy, it's tough being captain, making all the important decisions.
Blackbird's got a noodle brain. Noodle brain. Blackbird.
Yeah, come here, you rainbow retorcery.
So, have you sailed with Blackbeard before?
Oh, sure. The first time with Captain Defoe. Oh, he was a wonderful captain. But don't mention that name around Blackbeard. There was a incident with...
With what? Treasure? Gold?
Chocolate.
Chocolate? What happened?
As you probably know, sailors eat a lot of sea biscuits. And there's a reason why they call sea biscuits hardtack. They're really hard.
Yuck.
They do take some getting used to, but on special occasions, the crew gets chocolate. Now, Captain Defoe stored all the chocolate for the voyage in his cabin. And no true blue, Jack Tar, would ever steal chocolate from his fellow crewmates. But one day, some bars of chocolate went missing.
Missing? That's terrible.
Well, the crew started to murmur, ready to mutiny. But the captain found out who stole the chocolate. Blackbeard.
No.
So the crew met in council, evaluated the evidence, eating some of the chocolate, which was quite delicious, of course, and decided on a punishment.
Did they make him walk the plank?
Oh, worse than that. You see, Blackbeard isn't the captain's real name.
Not?
No, his real name is Archibald Murgatroyd Canupstance.
Gesundheit.
He got the name Blackbeard because back then, well, he had a great big bushy black beard.
Whatever happened to it?
As part of his punishment for stealing the chocolate, the captain had Blackbeard shaved.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes! And that's still not the worst part.
It gets even worse?
That's right. After they shaved off Blackbeard's beard, oh, it never grew back.
That explains why he's always in a bad mood.
Exactly. Deep down inside,
Archibald is actually the kind-heartedest guy you'd ever want to meet. You can't trust him with your chocolate, but other than that, he's a fine sailor. But after being shaved, he's become grumpy.
That's a shame. I wish.
Oh, look lively, you scalawags! A storm is rolling in. The wind's getting mighty fresh.
Oh, it looks like there's a hurricane coming on.
Oh, reef the sails. Lower the boom.
Everyone put on life jackets. Oh, Riley, be careful near the rails. Hold on tight or you might...
Riley!
Oh, man, overboard! Woman overboard! Oh, I mean, Riley overboard!
I don't know how to swim! Riley!
She'll just have to take care of herself, my lads. At least you're still on board with the mirror. We've got our own problems. All hands on deck! All hands on deck!
Are we already on deck? What do we do about Riley?
We've got bigger problems, lad. If the storm blows us off course, we're lost forever. Talk to your mirror, boy!
It's showing me a map.
Keep us on course, Charles, or we're goners.
What about Riley?
Bubble. 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 Wow! I can breathe! This must be what fish do when they breathe underwater. It really works.
Just a little spell. Also, you must enunciate, my dear. Enunciate. I'm glad you're all right, dear. I've been following you, hoping to keep you out of trouble.
Well, I'm glad you're here. Thanks for saving me. There is just one teeny tiny itty bitty issue I was hoping you might help me with.
Oh, and what's that, my dear? Have you decided you want to learn to speak dolphin after all? Good decision. As I said, they tell the funniest stories.
No, not that. I still can't swim.
Oh! Learning to swim is a snap. All you've got to do is think like a fish.
But I don't want to be a fish. You understand, don't you?
Oh, of course I do, my dear. Nothing wrong with fish. But after all, most folks who weren't born fish don't want to become fish. Now let's see. How would you feel about being a giant squid? They're pretty fast and very smart.
A squid? No way. All those tentacles? I don't think I could handle that.
Then how about becoming an eel? They're very fast swimmers.
I don't want to be an eel. They're yucky.
Okay. I've got just the thing. How about this?
Wow! You made me a mermaid. Look at my tail. I'm just like you. It's perfect. As long as I can change back when I want to.
Oh, simplest thing in the world. Just step out of the water and you're a girl again. Although I have to say, after spending time as a mermaid, you may want to consider staying that way. Save a fortune on pants.
First, I'd better just find Charles.
No worries. Just keep heading that way, and you'll find your brother in no time. Goodbye.
Thanks.
I'm mopping the same floor in the same place for 2 hours now. This is boring. I miss Riley.
You haven't been mopping the floor. You've been swabbing the deck. That's what pirates do. They swab the deck. It's good for you. Build your character. All the great pirates throughout history have swabbed a deck. You ever heard of Captain Kidd? How about Anne Bonny or Mary Read? Two of the most famous female pirates in the world.
What about Jack Sparrow?
Never heard of him.
Pirates of the Caribbean?
Polly, what are you doing?
Hungry.
Where did she get pizza in the middle of the ocean?
Who knows? DoorDash, I guess?
Tasty. Tasty.
Well, maybe you won't learn anything from swabbing the deck. How about practicing climbing up the main
No, not that.
How about if you did get tired after a few dozen climbs. You have no stamina. Well, how about if we play with the shark again?
No.
Oh, well, maybe you could practice dueling.
Really?
Yeah.
I practice dueling all the time in my video game.
Ah, then you wouldn't mind making that real little wager on the outcome of our duel now, would you? I mean, I could bet this. Sweet, delicious, mouth-watering piece of chocolate.
Chocolate? Okay, then.
Of course, Charles. But if I'm going to wager my chocolate, you've got to wager something too. How about if you tell me the spell for the magic mirror?
The mirror promises? If I lose, Riley'd never forgive me.
Lose? You? At dueling? Oh, don't make me laugh. I'm just asking you to bet because it's part of the rules. I'm pretty much giving you my chocolate just to see somebody as skilled as you duel.
You might learn a thing or two watching me. But no.
Oh, that's a shame. It would have given us something to do. I guess if you don't want to duel, well, then you can go back to swabbing the deck.
Swabbing the deck? You mean washing the floor?
Call it what you will. We'll be only for a few more hours before sunset. You'll probably make it all the way to here before you start all over again tomorrow.
Start over? Tomorrow? Okay, let's duel.
Bad idea. Bad idea.
If you insist. But if you win, as I'm sure you will, you get the chocolate. And if I win, you will tell me the secret to the magic spell. Okay?
Deal.
Now, tell me the magic spell.
But that's not fair.
Doesn't matter. I won. Now give me the mirror.
Never. I'd rather throw it overboard. There. Now no one will ever have it.
You'll walk the plank for that and be shocked, dinner. Now walk.
Technically, he's going to be shark lunch. It's still way too early for dinner, don't you think?
Absolutely. Too early. You'll be his lunch.
Shark food! Shark food!
Wait! I remember what was on the map.
What's that you say?
I can get us to the island.
You best not be lying. It's back to the edge of the plank you go. Now, which way do we set our course?
What an interesting place. The land of lost socks. That explains where all my missing socks have gone. Every time I help with the laundry, no matter how many pairs I put into the wash, when I'm finished in folding them, there are always one or two socks missing. Who are you?
That's a good question. A question many people have asked since I go by many different names in many places. Everyone speaks of me, but no one knows my name. People say, if you can catch her, shut her up. But nobody can.
Nobody can shut her up, that's for sure. Talks a lot, must be trouble. Why are people trying to catch you? What do you want?
Treasure. What else? Treasure is sparkly, and it's all mine.
Salatia's treasure?
My treasure? You seem to be in an awful hurry to get somewhere.
Me?
Don't tell me that you're lost.
Okay, I won't.
I can help.
No thanks, I've got to find my brother.
Oh, I know your brother. Yes, you can trust me. I am his best friend. I would never lie to you.
Is that the truth?
Yes.
That you're Charles' best friend, or that you'd never lie?
Yes.
Which one?
Which one what?
That you'd never lie about telling the truth?
No, I would never do that.
I think.
So are you telling me the truth when you say that you'd never lie about telling the truth to someone to whom you told the truth about telling a lie? Is that the truth?
Yes? No. I think so. Oh, I'm so confused. My head is spinning. Oh, mine is so complicated. It's much easier just telling the truth.
The Mirror of Promises! What's it doing on the ocean floor? Oh no! What if Charles got into trouble with the pirates?
That's my mirror. Give it back!
No! Come on, Riley! Swim!
Get over here, you!
You must get back to Charles! You're doing it! You're swimming! I'm coming, Charles!
Hurry up there!
I can't see where I'm going!
Well, you tried to escape.
Good escape, said clever boy.
I can't see now!
Oh, too bad. Let me help.
Could even sail the ship straight, crashing into those rocks! And how are we ever gonna get home?
I'll figure that out. Now walk.
Oh no! Charles! Help me, Mirror! The wind it's a breezing, the air it's a freezing, but something's a happening, you must be sure. You won't find it pleasing, your sides you'll be squeezing, your throat you'll be seizing, because of your sneezing.
Achoo! Achoo! What? Hey, what's happening? Achoo!
Sneezing!
Must be my allergies.
Allergies on a desert island? Achoo!
Maybe I'm to say.
Sand? Don't be ridiculous.
Charles!
Riley! It's so good to see you!
Achoo!
It would be if I could, see you.
Hey, what are you doing here? Achoo!
Oh, I'm so glad you're safe.
Riley's back!
What's going on?
Achoo! He lost the Mirror of Promises overboard. Achoo!
I found it on the ocean floor.
Ah, the mirror! Achoo!
Oh, then we can still find the treasure.
The mirror will show us the way. Achoo!
Get me out of here!
Achoo!
Oh, and please stop the sneezing. Achoo!
Now, show us the Cavern of Secret Desires.
Don't worry. I've got a plan. Look. Over there. A coconut tree. Charles and I are just going to pick some delicious coconuts to eat for lunch.
Oh, that sounds good.
Oh, okay. Hey, wait a minute. How do we know you just won't run away?
We'd never run away from you, Blackbeard.
Of course not.
A pirate as smart, brave, and debonair as you?
Aw, shucks. Debonair?
We just want to help you find your treasure. Now, time it moves from past to present, but actually forms a giant crescent. Round and round from now till then, our future is our now again.
All things move from front to back. Scrambling makes words meaning lack. Make it hard their words to tell. Cast a backward speaking spell.
Well, a go they did where?
What?
Kids the way that run them, did you see?
Escape great.
You're crazy talking, you're.
Me? To you?
Backwards talking, you're.
Backwards talking? Oh, ridiculous, be don't.
What's them?
Stricte! Them, follow, let's. Children to follow. Follow.
Okay, I think we're safe.
Run away, danger!
Hurry up, Polly. Okay, quick, Riley, let me try another spell. Of trouble, you will have a batch. Pains and woes forever catch. Evil plots you try to hatch, imploding you have met your match. Once you step onto this patch, all you'll ever do is scratch.
There they are.
Let's get them!
Ooh. What the?
Oh, I'm itching like crazy! I'm having mosquito bites and poison ivy at the time.
Oh, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours.
Look, The Cave of Secret Desires.
I guess we gotta open this lock if we're ever gonna get a cat.
You mean a dog.
Ah, gotcha. Ooh. Wow. That's the biggest combination lock I've ever seen. This must be where the treasure is. We're gonna be rich.
Rich, rich!
This could be tricky. I think we should work together.
I don't want to help them.
Clever boy. Clever boy.
Well, we don't want your help either. We're pirates. We can do this all by ourselves. It's easy, very easy. Simplest thing in the world.
Oh, it is? Oh, good. I was worried there for a second.
All we have to do is figure out the right combination.
Right.
We're going to need a bunch of numbers, like, whatever it is that we don't know yet, to the left, and then something else that we don't know yet, to the right, and then another, whatchamacallit, to the left, and then another...
I know how a combination lock works.
Look, the mirror's writing something. I don't think it needs a combination. I think it's a riddle.
Oh, what can you take anywhere you want to go without moving you at all?
Maybe a giraffe.
A giraffe? How can a giraffe take you anywhere you want to go without moving you at all?
I don't know. It's just the first thing I thought of. A giraffe. They're tall, they got big tongues, long legs, and giraffe.
I know what a giraffe is.
Need a hint? Need a good hint.
It's something you have at school.
Oh. It's definitely a giraffe. Yeah. Oh, or a basketball hoop. The circle that you...
Know what a basketball hoop is.
Oh. Another hint. Another hint.
You find it in a library.
Oh, I've got it this time. A giraffe reading a book. Or a librarian. Yeah, I guess. Those are nice people with the eyeglasses and the cats, and they're always telling me, shh, you can't eat that in here, and helping me find picture books. Yeah.
Maybe we should work together.
Oh, so now you're nice to us.
We might want to help them. The sun's setting and we don't want to get stuck on this island forever. Plus, we do want to get our pet. I'm tired of just reading books about pets. Wait, a book! That's it!
Well, that's right. A book. It can take you anywhere you want to go without moving you out of your chair. How about this one? You all know what a nation is, right?
Kind of giraffe?
A nation's a place where people live. America's a nation. Mexico's a nation. Jamaica, China, lots of places are nations.
Right, well it says, what nation has every kind of person, creature, idea, or object that you can imagine?
A nation of anything I can imagine, huh?
How about imagination? What's the most important ship in the world? A ship that takes you anywhere, but you can't sail it at all.
Don't say giraffe.
I'm sorry. I was only trying to help. Because I'm your friend.
My friend? My friend.
That's it. Friendship!
Friendship!
A friendship!
Friendship!
As we travel forth through life,
our road will often bend.
Through our troubles and through strife.
We'll always need a friend.
You're late for school, forgot your lunch, your bike has got a flat.
But someone special comes along and fixes it like that.
You tear your clothes, you have a hole, to trousers you must tend.
But someone special comes along and snap, you're on the mend.
we're all lonely from time to time.
I wonder when it ends.
That moment comes.
The party starts when we all make new friends.
Friendship! Friendship! Polly wants friendship.
Guess some things are more valuable than gold.
Or diamonds.
Wow, the chest is full of chocolate. Guess we get chocolate after all.
Look at the size of those bars. Plenty for everyone.
Oh, there's something else in there too.
What? Oh, I'm Blackbeard again!
Blackbeard's got his beard again. Blackbeard's got his beard back.
Oh, well, are you all right? You seem disappointed.
Placita promised that when we got to the island, we'd get our pet. We'd better be getting out of here.
Right. I want to sleep in my own bed again and play with my toys.
Me too. I really miss Mom and Dad and our friends. And don't forget, we've got to be off the island before sunset.
How are we going to get there? The ship got wrecked and Blackbeard sunk it getting to the island.
Technically, the rock sunk it. Yeah, so it wasn't really my fault.
We'll never get home without a ship. Maybe someone will sail by and save us?
You don't need a ship to return home.
We don't?
There are many ways to travel. Let me see. You could hold on to the back of giant eels, a little slippery but very swift.
Eels, ew.
Or you could walk home across the bottom of the sea. I could find some dolphins to lead the way.
But walking, wouldn't that take an awfully long time?
Oh, you're right about that. Why don't you ask the mirror?
The mirror.
Hey, my chocolate!
Our chocolate.
That's what I said. It's gone.
Seems like Blackbird still hasn't learned his lesson. He's up to his old tricks again.
Oh, no, not that! I'm out of here!
Oh, what? Hey, wait for me!
Come back here.
No running with scissors. Come on, Charles, the mirror. If the sun sets before we leave the island, we'll never get home again.
You know, we want to go home.
Homeward bound you wish to be, safe and warm across the sea. Think good thoughts and work together, flying like birds of a feather. We're home.
We made it. What's that?
Polly?
Polly!
Polly!
We can keep Polly as our pet.
Hooray for Polly!
Polly wants pizza. Polly wants pizza.
Our next show for the 2021 NorCal Fringe Festival is Who Killed Sylvia Plath? Sylvia Plath, novelist, poet, author. Her most notable work is The Bell Jar. Our local actress, Lorri Holt, embodies Sylvia Plath as she goes back to visit her grave and her fourth tombstone, the other three having been destroyed by fairly angry fans. The whole time, Lorri embodies Sylvia's strength and embodies her entire energy. She talks to us the whole time, and much of the time, she's talking to herself. We bring you Who Killed Sylvia Plath.
I don't like your little games, don't like your tilted stage, the role you made me play, the fool. No, I don't like you. I don't like your perfect crime, how you laugh when you lie. You said the gun was mine, isn't cool. No, I don't like you. But I got smarter, I got harder in the nick of time. Honey, I rose up from the dead, I do it all the time. I got a list of names and yours is in red underlined. I check it once, then I check it twice. Oh, ooh, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Look what you.
I've just seen my new headstone. In memory of Sylvia Plath Hughes, 1932 to 1963. Even amidst fierce flames, the golden lotus can be planted. Ted's words, not sure what they mean. An allusion to the phoenix dying into the fire to be born again, the promise of an afterlife. That would be cheerful, but you shouldn't look too closely at poetry. Just let it wash over you. It's an emotional thing. This is my 4th headstone. They keep being vandalized by ardent feminists who chisel out the Hughes part, the married part. They hold Ted responsible for my suicide. At the tender age of 30, after leaving mugs of milk and buttered bread for my 2 sleeping babies, I put my head in an oven and turned on the gas. Why did I do it? If given a second chance, would I do it again? And was it a good career move? Of course, I don't look like that anymore. I still look pretty good, but when I met Ted, the fellow who wrote the poem, I looked great. I was 23, an honors graduate of Smith College with a Fulbright scholarship to Cambridge, England to study literature. I had already published in the States and been an editor, a college editor at Mademoiselle, although that proved to be disastrous, resulting in my first and nearly successful suicide attempt. But looking on the bright side, that hospitalization and shock treatment resulted in my writing The Bell Jar, a massive bestseller, after I died. I became the voice of my generation after I died. My clinical depression wasn't seen as a mental illness, but as a symptom of a social condition. I became a symbol for the repressed, educated woman, the poster girl for thwarted ambition. The Bell Jar came out 2 weeks before Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique, followed by a barrage of feminist books. But I was gone before that, before bra burning and consciousness raising and women's studies. Way before Me Too and Time's Up. Not that I was much interested in identity politics then. I only wanted 2 things, writing and mating. Ted was the answer to both. Would he still be? Would any man? It is fall term at Cambridge, and I buy a copy of a local poetry magazine. It carries a review of a poem of mine that has been published in a similar slapped-together rag. The editor opines that my poem is ordinary and sentimental, but adds, perhaps the author is beautiful and I don't want to ruin my chances. There is a launch party for the magazine that evening. I prepare for it by memorizing 2 poems from its pages, donning a pair of red high heels, and knocking back 3 fortifying brandies.
When will call, and evening is nigh, I hurry to my...
Oh, I see my poem. It's sort of stubby on my type. But across the room. Who is that? I asked. Oh, that's Ted Hughes. Really? And his is one of the poems I'd memorized, and I start to shout the lines over the music. Most dear, unscratchable diamond. You like, he shouts back. You want brandy? Yes, I shout. Move back into the next room, bang the door shut. He slushes brandy into a glass, and I slush it at the place where my mouth was when I last knew about it. Then he kisses me, bang, smash, and rips off my lovely red hairband and my favorite silver earrings. Ha! I shall keep them, he barks. And when he kisses me on the neck, I bite him long and hard on his cheek. When we come out of the room, blood is running down his face. I am smitten. It is so brutal, animalistic, Laurentian. D.H. Lawrence, we both adore him. Passion is its own excuse. I write to my mother that very night. Something most miraculous and thundering and terrifying. It is this poet, this man. Ted Hughes. I have found the man I will marry. I can't say I wasn't warned. He had a reputation as a lady killer. I thought it was just figurative. Not that it would have stopped me. Nothing would have stopped me. I knew the moment I saw him. Dark, hunky, and huge. Ted Huge! The only man in Cambridge huge enough for me. I have met my match. It is months until I see him again. The winter term is over and I have to vacate my dorm room for 2 weeks. I plan a trip to the continent. I have a boyfriend in Paris. Oh, I'm not a virgin. Far from it. After the shock treatment, my psychiatrist suggested my getting fitted for a diaphragm. If I'm to be a real writer, I need a real life. I have a new organ of perception. My vagina. On the way to Paris, I book a night in a London hotel, near where Ted lives. I do not want to be too obvious, so I arrange for a drink with a mutual friend, and we wind up casually dropping by Ted's flat, and the mutual friend vanishes. And Ted and I talk. I sit like this on my knees. Ted sits opposite, his knees touching mine, and I tell him about my my college breakdown and my nearly successful suicide. I was 20, just home from my time at Mademoiselle, still reeling from the excitement, the stress, the inevitable letdown. When I was rejected from a Harvard writing workshop I had been counting on, I felt it coming on, that all-encompassing dark. I'm enclosed in a wall of glass, isolated, ashamed, worthless. I leave a note on the kitchen table. Gone for a long walk. Be home tomorrow. I swallow 40 of Mother's sleeping pills, hide in a dirt tunnel under the front porch, and lapse into unconsciousness. 2 days later, my brother hears my groans and finds me. I have vomited up the pills and I scrape my face on the dirt floor. I still have the scar. And then what happened? Ted asks. I am admitted to McLean's for shock therapy. Zapped. Ted slowly traces his thumb along my scar, my cheek, my lips. And we make love. Bruising, tumultuous love, like rolling together in a barrel over our own Niagara. And the letters he sends afterwards. The memories of exploring your naked body linger like brandy. I long to kiss, suck, lick, and bite you from head to heel. And then the signing off. Love, 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 love. I write back. Oh, Teddy, how I repent scoffing at the legend of Eve being plucked from Adam's rib, because the damn story is true. I ache to return to my proper place, curled up right there, sheltered and cherished. He calls me Cush and Pussy and Punk. Punky is the bed we lay on. I make him Punky Poo chocolate for breakfast. I long for his punky musk and furry belly. No more gray-clad, brown-haired, clock-regulated, salad-eating schoolgirl. I am a bohemian. I want to have 7 children, I tell him, but not until we've traveled the world and published a book apiece. I plan to go to Australia, he says. Oh, but I need you here in England. I will be your new world. He wears dark, smelly corduroy when he visits me in my dorm room. his black hair falling over one eye. In the pockets of his army surplus coat, he carries trout and shrimp and roe, asparagus and sea to dry and chocolate. Oh, the food at the college is deadly, and Ted knows I love good food. I am greedy for it. And for him, he should bathe more, but I'll change all that. We marry, hastily, recklessly, secretly, on June 16th, Bloomsday, the day that Joyce chose to set his masterpiece, Ulysses. It is a sign, a talisman, a symbol. Poets look for meaning everywhere. We identify with the intense, the extreme, the transcendent. It's a blessing. And a curse. But that part comes later. We spend our honeymoon in Spain. I write to my mother. I am stupid with happiness. Ted gets a year's teaching appointment at Harvard. He has just published The Hawk in the Rain and is the flavor of the month. I plan to use the year to write a novel and a book of poems. I have the apartment all to myself, no distractions. I last for 1 month, take a clerical job at Mass General, and go back into therapy. To assuage my guilt at not writing, I sign up for a poetry class at Boston University taught by Robert Lowell, who has psychiatric issues of his own. Seems to run in poetic circles. Well, Lowell introduces me to Anne Sexton, also taking his class. Anne writes about peculiar, taboo subjects like nervous breakdowns, mental breakdowns. I think you two have a lot in common. I am impressed with Anne. She is so well fixed up. High heels, makeup, and her hair is... I vow to get rid of my mousy ponytail. When I go with Ted to some of the literary cocktail parties, I'm introduced as Ted's wife, who also writes. But when I go out with Anne, it's completely different. I feel glamorous. After class, we pile into Anne's old Ford convertible and drive to the Ritz. Anne parks in a loading-only zone. It's okay, she says. We're only here to get loaded. We talk about death and despair between the martinis and the free potato chips. After I committed suicide, Anne was miffed. She had been planning to end her own career in the same way. I had upstaged her. Now her own death would look copycat. She did write a poem for my corpse, though, called Wanting to Die. Suicides have a special language. Like carpenters, they want to know which tools. They never ask, why build? Not bad. But then again, Virginia Woolf had waded into those dark waters well before either of us did. Ted and I returned to London, awaiting the birth of our first child, Frida Rebecca Hughes. I write to my mother that we named her after Aunt Frida, my father's sister, but we named her after Frida Lawrence, D.H.'s wife. She has blue eyes and pink cheeks, and she brings such a range of feelings into the house. Oh, when she cries, my body grows cow-heavy. We both write about her. Ted writes lines to a newborn baby. I compose morning song as I listen to her cooing. And now you try your handful of notes. The clear vowels rise like balloons. My poem is better. Frida grows tall and sturdy. She runs and jumps and climbs and is into everything. Our small London flat will not do. I am pregnant again. My mother and Ted's parents draw from their savings and help us to buy our first house, Court Green in Devon. A historical manor house come rectory with 3 acres of garden, orchards, and lawn. Oh, the house is wonderfully historic. Although we do have a beetle infestation, and the thatched roof is colonized by nesting birds. The grounds are mostly stinging nettle, but Ted is digging up a big vegetable garden, already put in strawberries, and we have 72 apple trees, eaters and cookers, and blackberries everywhere in season. In spring, Court Green is a veritable Garden of Eden. Peach-colored gladioli, red and yellow tulips, lilacs and roses, and thousands upon thousands of daffodils. I choose the largest upstairs bedroom for my study. It has 2 lead-paned windows that look down onto the church graveyard. I buy a wall-to-wall carpet for my study. Red, to keep me forever optimistic. Ted chooses a small attic space, so there are no distractions, he says. Right after breakfast, I go up to my study to work on the marvelous 6-foot natural wooden table that Ted has made for me, while he carpenters or gardens in the backyard with Frida along. He gives her lunch and puts her to bed about noon, and then I come down and make our lunch, and by the time I'm through picking up the house and doing the dishes, Frida is up and out front with me, and Ted is in his study. I imagine the new baby will require a bit of change to our schedule, but nothing we can't handle. We named him Nicholas. He is a plump, peaceful baby, so different than Frida with her demands and her tempers. But somehow, Ted resents Nicky. Is it about a competing male at my breast? Or is it the increased burdens of domestic life? I can feel Ted's growing restlessness. I try to keep him happy, finding new recipes from the joy of cooking, always the red meat that he favors. I type his poems late into the night and post them the next day. I make scrapbooks of all of his clippings and reviews and handle his correspondence. All practical matters are mine, from plumbing to finances. Ted must be allowed to stay home and write. And we have sex, even though I am exhausted and would rather sleep. But still, I fear it is not enough. I have been warned. Ted was a love him and leave him kind of guy, and he is reverting to type. The instinctual male predator. He once told me, that's why God created Lilith. Man needs more than one woman. I am always on the lookout for her. The other woman. And then she comes. Asia Wevel. She and her husband, David, have rented our London flat and asked us to store their large dining room table here at Court Green, as it won't fit in the flat. So we invite them to Devon to dine at their table. I cook beef stew and gingerbread well in advance so I can participate in the conversation rather than having to spend the time in the kitchen. Asia Wevel is a woman who turns heads. She has delicate features, green eyes, and dark hair. A voluptuous figure that Ted calls Babylonian. She wears flowing dresses that artfully conceal her short waist and wide hips. She has a good haircut, a manicure, and walks in clouds of Chanel No. 5. She wears blood red lipstick and thick black mascara. My war paint, she told a friend, the better to seduce Ted Hughes. And seduce him she does. She is exotic in looks and life story. Her family fled Germany for Tel Aviv during the war. At 16, she ran away with an RAF sergeant, divorced him, married again, divorced again to marry David, who is 8 years her junior. Handsome, but effete. So the meal goes well. I pride myself on my cooking and accept compliments for my hand-sewn curtains and my meticulous housekeeping, all the more extraordinary for mothering 2 babies. Asya has no children. We talk about painting and poetry and music until it grows late. I need to get up early in the morning to feed a hungry baby. I'm going to bed, I say. I'm going upstairs. You coming to bed? I asked Ted. Oh, in a while, he says. But he stays. Long after David excuses himself. The 2 of them, Asya and Ted, linger. I can hear his eager voice and her lilting laughter as I try to sleep. The next morning, he is smitten. I can smell it. She is flushed and fluttery. Over coffee, she tells Ted of a dream she had last night, of an enormous fish, a pike, bearing a fetus in the iris of its eye. She is quoting an image from one of Ted's poems, just as I did when I first met him. I want to scratch her eyes out, the bitch! Ted needs to make frequent trips to London for work at the BBC. I'm sure he sees Asya when he's there. He once said, I think it's advisable to blow up one's life at least once a decade, just to find out what one can do without. But he is not the one doing without. I am. Ah, male vanity. Why not dedicate your poems to your penis? I am unloading groceries when I hear the phone ringing. I rush indoors to answer it. The caller asks for Ted. I silently hand him the phone. I recognize the voice of a woman pretending to be a man. I know who it is. When Ted hangs up, I rip the phone off the wall! He doesn't deny the affair. He defends it. My life as an artist requires your accepting the sexual practices from which my inspiration flows. What? He goes on. Man is a hunter, a predator. A civilized man needs hectic bouts of adultery. I am being strangled by domesticity. I want you out of the house! We both cry all night. The next morning, Ted goes upstairs, packs a suitcase. He is humming while he packs. He takes the train to London. I go upstairs to his study and scoop every scrap of paper I can find lying about and dump them into the courtyard and set them on fire. Then I go into the bathroom and scavenge a scum of his skin flakes, nail parings, and fallen hair, and I toss them into the fire. Magic spells tumble from my mouth. One piece of paper flutters in the air and falls to the ground. Singed, but readable. One word among the ashes. Asya. Ted says that he will not give her up. That our marriage was creative for 7 years, but now it is destructive. We need to take a break, give it a rest, live apart for a while. I cannot bear knowing that he is with another woman. There are rumors that she is pregnant with his child. I want a legal separation. Ted has deserted us, just as my father did. Yes, my father died, but I mean, the result was the same. Leaving a woman alone with 2 young children. My father had developed these odd symptoms. He decided it was incurable lung cancer, similar to a friend of his. He would not seek medical treatment, but would die like a man. A couple of years later, he got a leg infection. He did see a doctor. He didn't have lung cancer. He had diabetes, which could have been treated if it would have been found in time. But it was too late. He died 2 weeks later, just after my 8th birthday. If I divorce Ted, it will be over. He can never leave me again. I have stopped eating, started smoking cigarettes, taking pills to sleep. But I am writing the best and truest poetry of my life. I am, for the first time, able to let my rage fuel my art. I claim my own woman's identity. I always feared the loss of love, of being abandoned. Before Ted, I wrote, "Love is a shadow, how you lie and cry after it. Listen, these are its hooves. It has gone off, like a horse." Prescient, but tame. Now I write, I rise from the ashes with my red hair and devour men like air. I no longer need a man to protect me, to validate me, no longer need a husband or a father. I drive a stake through their vampire hearts. I have reclaimed my identity. That old brag of my heart, I am. Now, it is just me and the children. As they sleep, I write to my mother. I have never been so happy anywhere as writing at my huge desk in the blue dawns, all to myself, quiet and secret. That is, until the babies wake. That fall, I leave the only home our little family will ever have and move back to London. I find the perfect flat, 27 Fitzroy Road, large, 2 floors, same neighborhood where Frida was born. We've only been gone a bit more than a year. The tradesmen remember me. But the best part is the round blue plaque above the entry. William Butler Yeats lived here when he was a boy. I take it as a sign. The same doorway through which I will come and go. It is destiny. I paint the walls white and the floors blue. Ted hated blue. Rush matting substitutes for carpet. I paper my bedroom yellow and white, lay a straw mat over a black border. Bees' colors. Daddy was an entomologist, an expert on bees. I kept bees in Devon. 3 hives. Jars and jars of golden honey. We spooned it on bread and tomatoes and river fish until it dripped down our wrists. They never stung me, only Ted. When bees want to move to richer fields, to juicier flowers, they send out scouter bees. And when they return to the hive, they do a little dance, demonstrating what they have found. And then the hive votes on it and they all leave together. Well, that was not to be for my little family. Ted turns over our joint bank account to me, but it is scant. He comes once a week, and Frida hangs on him. When he leaves, she cries, "Daddy, come soon." And my sorrow is back. Frida is a mirror to my own loss. I am writing well, although I am addicted to cigarettes and sleeping pills. Oh, I am working on a new collection of poems, Ariel. The bell jar is to come out after the new year, and I have hopes that it will sell well and maybe even become a movie, like Snake Pit with Olivia de Havilland, about incarceration in a mental hospital. I think mine is better. I am writing under a pseudonym, Victoria Lucas, to protect Mother's identity. I portray her in an unflattering light. She wants too much of me. Al Alvarez, a friend of Ted's and mine, is the poetry editor at The Observer. He's a fan of my work. Often I will bring my latest poem to his flat and sit by his fireplace, drink whiskey, and read it to him. He thinks that the poems in Ariel are my best work yet, worthy of a Pulitzer, which I do win after I die. He introduces me to Doris Lessing. Oh, I am in awe of her. I gush about her novel, The Golden Notebook. I hear later she calls me incandescent with neediness. As the winter nears, my mood darkens. I try to keep up a brave front, but I write to my mom. Feeling a bit grim, seeing the finality of it all, and being catapulted from the cow-like happiness of maternity into loneliness. And then this goes. Worse than 150 years. I know I am prone to dramatize events, but I am not exaggerating. They called it the Big Freeze in 1963. I have to steer the baby's pram down streets covered with black ice, wheels slipping into the snowbanks on either side, dirty gray and hard as steel. We all have the flu, and I'm running out of food and medicine. But when I get to the stores, the shelves are nearly empty. And the final blow, my telephone isn't working. I have to queue up forever in the freezing cold just to use a public phone booth. Well, of course I have the children with me, the babies squalling, shivering. You see, that's the thing about children. You have to take them with you everywhere you go for 10 years. Unless you can trust someone else to care for them, like a husband. Well, death is one way to get your husband to be a parent. He can't turn around and say, "Oh, darling, you do it," because darling isn't there. You die, and people have to take you seriously. Like my editor, Howard Moss, the New Yorker, who said, Sylvia Plath's poems were better because what she had threatened to do, she did. Her work gains that extra status of truth. Killing yourself, that's a high bar. The night I did it, turned on the gas and put my head in the oven, I was in agony. My thoughts spiraling, worthless, hopeless, meaningless. I couldn't imagine life getting better. I couldn't remember that it ever was. Let him just take over the house and the children. Let me just die and be done with it. And yet, well, earlier that evening, I had paid a visit to my downstairs neighbor, Mr. Thomas, an elderly gentleman, somewhat deaf. I asked him for the loan of a postage stamp. I had something important I had to mail. He gave me the stamp, and I detained him on the landing, needing to talk. I asked him what time he would be getting up in the morning. He told me 8. I went back upstairs and calculated that when the new au pair girl came at 9, he would hear her ring and open the front door. If they found me, I would survive. I didn't figure on the gas seeping down into his flat and knocking him out cold. So he didn't hear her ring, and they never found me in time. If they had, I would have made the sacrifice and been rescued, resurrected. Oh, no, not like Jesus. Oh, that's too grandiose even for me. No, like the phoenix, burned to ashes, and from those ashes, rising again. Interesting supposition, It wasn't mine. It was Al's. Al Alvarez. He wrote a book, The Savage God, about creative people who have committed suicide, about how often they feel at war with themselves. He's right, I think. Even in my best moments, I felt like a fraud, like my own doppelganger, the forthright feminist and the other, the smiler, the appeaser, the one who always wanted to be liked, especially by men. With my hair its natural brown, I was one person. When I bleached it blonde, another. A product of the double-faced 50s. Yet even that night, I wanted Al to find me attractive, to take me to bed and make me forget. But I was too much for him. He didn't need my problems. He had his own. We were sitting by his fireplace, drinking brandy and talking about the book. He was in the process of writing it. What if, when the tortured artist commits suicide, he is trying to kill the self-hating part of the psyche so that the healthy, confident part can live? Magical thinking, I said. Trying to free yourself from yourself. I know. It's like trying to bite your own teeth. But what if all that artistic unhappiness comes from delusions of grandeur, of needing to be liked, to matter, to be a drama queen? No, not that last one, I said. Don't demean the blood jet of creativity. We surrender to what poetry makes us do. But is it worth it? Dorothy Parker, there's another one. A mordant wit who drank herself to death. Razors pain you, rivers are damp, acids stain you, and drugs cause cramp. Guns aren't lawful, nooses give. Gas smells awful, might as well live. I wish I could write funny. I tried, I never could. Although I do feel more lighthearted now that nothing I do makes a difference. Not quite Zen serenity, but it it provides a bit of distance. For the first time, I can see myself without a man. Now, if I could just see myself without an ego. But that's more tricky. You see, it wasn't just the weather, not just the adultery, not even that my psychiatrist had just changed my medication. No, it was also the reviews. I had written The Bell Jar 2 years earlier in a manic mood of confidence. In 70 days, there was an increasing market for mental hospital stuff. I would be a fool if I didn't recreate my experience. Well, of course, yes, I changed the names. I became Esther Greenwood, but the nervous breakdown, the suicide attempt, the shock treatment, I used it all. I also changed the name of McLean's Mental Hospital, but I have since found that in addition to poets, they have treated David Foster Wallace, James Taylor, Ray Charles. A lot of talent goes crazy. Maybe it's a prerequisite. The Bell Jar was turned down by Harper and Row as juvenile and overwrought. They liked the beginning, but didn't find the suicide attempt believable. A British publisher took the book, My Little Pot Boiler, and published it in January. But the reviews, oh God, the reviews. Well, I mean, they weren't terrible. Some were even positive, but they were indifferent. I was patted on the head for the writing, scolded for weak plotting, and just passed over. I was hoping that the publication would be cause for celebration and renewed optimism, but I found those mildly positive reviews just mortifying. I was in a bad way, extremely sensitive to criticism, and reading the book again brought back all the symptoms from that dark time. And in the same issue of The Observer, in which the Bell Jar is dismissed, Ted's poem, Full Moon and Little Frida, is showcased handsomely. Little Frida, the child he abandoned. Yeah, all right, I abandoned her as well, forever. I plead guilty to that. She'll never forgive me. She became a daddy's girl completely. Ted could do no wrong. Nicholas, our son, was more balanced in his view of us. When Nick took his own life at 48, everyone was shocked. He had seemed so upbeat, so easygoing. Oh, was his suicide my fault? I can't think about that. I mean, who among us is without blame? At Ted's readings, feminists shouted him down with, "Murderer, you killed Sylvia Plath." They came in droves to the cemetery, to his readings. But he was still the consummate bad boy, but by then he had become Poet Laureate of England. A lifetime appointment with a generous pension. Can you imagine my Ted, the rural wild man who claimed that the purpose of poetry was to uncivilize, becoming an officer of the royal household with the expectation of composing commemorative works for occasions of national importance? He wrote his first innocuous poem upon Prince Harry's christening. Yes, that Harry. Megan's Harry, Archie's daddy. As poet laureate, Ted was invited on fishing expeditions to Scotland and stayed at Balmoral, where his hostess, the Queen Mother, took quite a fancy to him. Gave him the gold medal from her very own hand. She is lively and nimble, he reported to the Times. Immediately likeable. We have nice talks. Oh, Ted. How people change. Once, Ted and I did an interview for the BBC on couples. Are you two similar or different? The interviewer asked. Different, Ted said at the exact same moment I said similar. I qualified it by adding, well, we have one shared mind, but secret lives in our imaginations. Well, Ted found out all about mine in my journals and my letters. 4,000 pages, which he sold to Smith College, my alma mater. Ted sold his own papers to Emory University in Atlanta. Lots of Coca-Cola money there. 10,000 items in 86 boxes weighing 2.5 tons, plus materials sealed in a trunk not to be opened until 2023. His wife, Carol, a sensible, down-to-earth woman, knew all about his continuing affairs and tolerated them. She snapped a picture of him packing the boxes. He was probably humming. If I could have accepted Ted's affairs, his muses, we might still be together. You'll see a smiling face, a fireplace, a cozy room, a little nest that's nestled where the roses bloom. I tried, and I failed. Frida, little Frida, she's the one I failed the most. And yet, she survived as a poet and a painter, with a menagerie of small animals, dogs and rabbits and chinchillas and owls, and a snake named Shirley. And when the second volume of my collected letters, 1,200 pages, was to be published, she agreed to write the introduction. Thank you, Frida. It has always been my conviction that the reason my mother should be of interest to readers at all is due to my father, because irrespective of the way their marriage ended, he honored my mother's work and her life by publishing Ariel, a collection of poems that launched her into public consciousness. Although, by assuring that her work got the attention it surely deserved, my father also initiated the castigation that was to haunt him for the rest of his life. Ah, Frida, still taking Daddy's side. Believe me, darling, it went both ways. Yes, I had a terrible temper and day-long crying jags, but your father would clam up, storm out of the house and into the arms of another woman. Was that any better? He once pontificated in, perhaps the same BBC interview, that he thought we were telepathic. I said that I looked at it more practically. We were sharing a life. Oh, how did I influence Ted's work? Well, his collection of poems, Birthday Letters, is all about me. Of course, he waited until I was 30 years dead to publish it, Before that, it was all noble restraint. I preferred silence to allowing myself to be dragged into the bull ring and teased and pricked and goaded into vomiting up every detail of my life with Sylvia. Well, he didn't have any trouble regurgitating when the time came to publish. Oh, but honestly, our life together was a strain. God, constantly taking notes, turning every ordinary event into metaphor. I could not get through all of the birthday letters, all the poems. Oh, like the one about the night we met. Behind the door, I poured more brandy. We drank. I kissed you. Suddenly, your limbs fastened to me, steely, like a trap. A trap? He couldn't get enough. Oh, never mind. I did find out something interesting. Get this. Also in birthday letters, he writes about taking a sweet young thing to bed as a refuge from the two women who are tattooing their black ink onto his soul. Asya and yours truly. So he wasn't with Asya the night I killed myself. He was cheating on both of us. Poor Asya. 6 years later, she followed my example and turned on the gas. But she took their 4-year-old daughter, sad little Shura, with her. What do you make of that? Ted chooses suicidal women, or he drives them to it? I'm sorry I hated her. She had to live with my ghost. Oh, Ted was obsessed with me once I was dead. I wanted to make you a solid writing table that would last a lifetime, but found instead I had made a door opening downwards into your daddy's grave. Oh, please, that was my insight, my poem. Daddy, you can lie back now. There's a stake in your fat black heart. And the villagers never liked you. They are dancing and stamping on you. They always knew it was you, Daddy. You bastard. I'm through. I wrote that the night after Ted left me. Write one true sentence, Hemingway said, and then write another true sentence. That's what I tried to do. That's what Hem tried too, and he still blew his brains out. Does going deep make you depressed, or do you have to be depressed to go deep? How do you tell the truth, the parts you're ashamed of? Ted said that in all our years together, I never showed him my true self. But I did. I showed him all of them, all my true selves, in life and in my poems. Frida? Frida waited until she was 35, until after she had published her own first volume of poetry, to read my poems. She didn't want to be influenced by me, as if she had a choice. Eventually, I became accustomed to being my parents' daughter. What I do complain about is the Sylvia Plath death industry. They kill her and keep on killing her. That BBC film, Ted and Sylvia, with Gwyneth Paltrow and Daniel Craig. The one time when the actors were not as charismatic as the real people. Oh, we're not going to show the actual suicide, the producer assured me. No, no, only the preparation, the stuffing of the towels under the door, the sealing of the windows, her kissing her sleeping daughter. I love you, she whispers. Now, how in hell do they know that? No one knows that. BBC wanted to use my mother's poems to give their film credibility. I refused. They didn't understand. They thought I should love it, having her back again to die at will, to die and be forever dying. And when the film went to the telly, it was even more convenient. You could pause it, make a cup of tea, and then weep as you watched her die instead of you. Oh, my poor daughter. So angry still so protective about our family history, wanting to keep it secret. That is, until she decided to put our belongings, Ted's and mine, on auction at Bonham's. Why? To protect their history, to explain their provenance, she claimed. Really? No profit motive? Never mind. I'd become a collector's item. Everything's sold. My grubby, well-used thesaurus. Poets run out of words. Ka-ching! My battered gray wallet. Oh, poets run out of money. Ka-ching! My joy of cooking, scrawled beneath a recipe for breaded veal cutlets. Ted likes this. Oh, those poor calves. Ka-ching! Oh, my Girl Scout uniform went to the Smithsonian Portrait Gallery. The curator chose it over my prom dress for its waterfall of badges. A symbol of Sylvia's hunger for experience. Oh, my mint green Hermes typewriter on which I wrote The Bell Jar sold for $46,000. Ka-ching! Ted's typewriter sold for $5,000. Oh, the dedication book of Ted's first book of poetry. To Sylvia, because this book belongs to you just as surely as all my love does. That buyer appreciated irony. But the top bid was for the pre-publication copy of The Bell Jar with 60 textual corrections in my own hand. $124,000. That's $200 a word. My items sold tons more than Ted's. Well, I mean, that's to be expected, really. Men collectors prefer pristine, uninscribed first editions. But women are more emotional, more tactile. When someone dies, the spirit escapes like steam. But things aren't like that. They stay warmed by much handling. They almost purr. Well, Ted didn't see it that way. He wrote a poem for our son Nick. The dogs are eating your mother, so leave her be, let her be their spoils. Go, wrap your head in the snowy rivers of the Brooks Range. Alaska. That's where Nick lived and worked as a teacher of fisheries and ocean sciences. Ted would visit him there, and they would fish with bears and lie awake listening to the wolves. It's where Nick hanged himself some years after Ted died. His girlfriend, who found him, said that he had been suffering from depression. Ted's absence, my genes, our beautiful boy. Many people have lives far worse than mine. My griefs were ordinary. It is what I did with them. Turning my father's death, mental breakdown, cheating husband into something like an origin story for pain itself. I spun the events of my life until they became Olympian, mythic. The bell jar is still in print, and so is Ariel. And there's a new Sylvia Plath biography out almost every year. There's one right there. I want to be remembered for my work, but you don't get to choose how you're remembered. Just be glad you are. But what about my mother's sorrow? A lifelong guilt trip for Ted. 2 motherless children. My own decades of unlived life. I enter the children's room. Lay out the mugs of milk and the buttered bread near their beds. Fling open their windows. Stuff towels into the crack under their door. Go downstairs. Open the oven door. Fold a scarf under my head. For comfort. Turn on the gas. And wait for oblivion. Would I do it again? Children grow. Weather changes. Lovers arrive. Life is where everything happens. Betrayal, heartbreak, forgiveness. The amazed understanding. Will the hive survive? Will the gladiolas succeed in banking their fires to enter another season? The bees are flying. They taste the spring. Stay. Stay.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Our next Fringe show is Beautifully Grotesque by Janet Collard. Now, this one is really exciting. It tells the life of Valeska Gert, who, of course, is a famous 1920s Berlin dancer. She was known for her crazy faces and her expression of humanity and her unique take on what it is to be a person. This is really exciting for me as a person who literally grew up in a circus to see just such unusual expression and how it has shaped everything. It's a beautiful story that's mixed storytelling with dance and unusual poses. So get yourself into something comfy and watch. Go on.
You see here in colorful pictures the life of Valeska Gert. You see it from the beginning and not in reverse. Here you see Valeska as a baby, small and delicate, in its first gesture so sweet and so attractive. The Great War and many worries. The Great War and Berlin falls on its face. The people are all disjointed. She shows them as they are. And finally dance the dance of tomorrow. She was the woman and film star. She danced and one screamed. There was never anything like this. But always dance in each form. She explodes the boundaries and the norm. She danced the day of the whore, the poet, the crash, the sin and the prayer, the bold and the brash. You saw here in these pictures the life of Valeska Gert. She shows you how to see people, true and bad, just as they are. Come in mein Welt. Come into my world. I am Gertrude Valeska Samosh. I live here in Berlin. I am the oldest in my family, and I have no interest in academics or office work. Ich bin ein Pionier. You have your pioneers of the Old West. I am Berlin's pioneer in art, in dance, in theater. I am not beautiful. I am beautifully grotesque. (1914) Germany is at war. My father lost a lot. We lost a lot. I was the oldest. I had to rely on myself. I had to be creative. I had to be unrelentlessly me. I was the bourgeois. And I hated the bourgeois. As a child, I remember thinking the grown-up women wore long, pleated skirts. Why? What did they have under them? Ravens? Snakes? Mice? These long skirts represented a vast gulf between myself and adults. I remember a time when I was in school. Ha! School! Was für eine Zeitverschwendung. Waste of my time. I remember sitting at my desk in geography class. Our teacher would call us up one by one to the blackboard. Oh, so boring. So, I decided to make my wait time more interesting. So, I wriggled my way out of my skirts and sat perfectly contented in my underwear, waiting for my turn at the blackboard. I left school and never looked back. This was my first public dance, Danse in Orange. I made myself a costume. Out of orange silk. It was 1916 and I was in a dancing school with Rita Sacchetto. Rita, she was beautiful. I am not, but Rita made dances from paintings. I, along with Anita Berber, were in her ballet school. There I learned how to dance pantomime. Our performance was at Blüthner Hall. Anita danced a rose and an arrow, and for my first public dance, I decided to pantomime my impression of ballet. But when I appeared on the stage, everything suddenly seemed so strange and commercial and odd and funny. So without intending to in the real performance, I turned it into a wild satire, much to Rita's chagrin.
Full of bravado, I exploded like a bomb from the wings. The same movements I'd danced soft and gracefully at the rehearsal, I now exaggerated wildly. With giant steps, I stormed straight across the podium. My arms spread like a big pendulum, hands outspread, face contorted in a brazen grimace. The audience was screaming, and I got wilder and wilder. The dance was a spark in a powder keg. The audience exploded, yelled, whistled, hurrah! I exited with a brash grin.
They loved me. They hated me. They booed, they hissed, they cheered. They exclaimed there was never anything like this. Modern dance satire was born. I loved it all. I only want to be loved on stage. That's all I wanted. In real life, I don't care much. I loved my city, Berlin, post-war Berlin. We were all so pathetically poor, but we were thriving nonetheless. We worked as we played, and we played as our work. There was nothing left to do but play. And invite others to watch. What did we have to lose? Our bodies were the economy. So they came. They paid to watch Berlin. The city, the vibrance after the war, the noise, the hustle and bustle. This was not your mama's Berlin. This was 1920s Berlin. So many came to my city. The traffic, the noise, the police, the nervous buzz. I did theater. I performed at the Munich Kammerspiel and the Deutsche Theater. I did films. One of my first roles was Puck in A Midsummer Night's Dream, where I wore an ugly wig, and the director was always yelling at me. I played Mrs. Peachum in the Threepenny Opera. Bertolt Brecht wanted to write a movie with me, Ein hässliche Mädchen, an ugly girl. We sat down at his workshop table. I waited for him to come up with something. He waited for me to come up with something. Neither of us could come up with anything. So we just let it be. I had the impression he always stank. Can I say such a thing? I did like doing the Threepenny Opera. But Brecht, Brecht. Epic theater, is what he used to call it. But he would pronounce it episch theater. Well, he said to me, Valeska, I want to do the same things you're doing. Episch theater, it's what you do. I preferred Shakespeare. When I played in the movies, what I had always feared, being captured in front of a camera, became a pleasure. How satisfying it is to hand someone a cup just because it is being captured. The scenes changed quickly. You never knew what was going to happen, and I was used to fast transitions through my dance performances. And the camera was a million-strong audience. Amazing! People asked me, are you a dancer, Valeska, or an actor? When I acted, I missed dance. When I was dancing, I missed acting. I was my own genre of art. I just didn't fit in anywhere. That was a conflict. Until I realized I could do both at once. I want to dance human characters. The characters in society that the bourgeois tried to ignore. The underdogs of society. The people in the streets, in the alleys, in the back rooms of the clubs. The exploited. Yes, it always came down to them. Canalia was what she called herself. A name for the dogs. A confused mess of something. Does she care? I kept dancing. I was moving my body, acting with my body. I was performing the world around me. Was für eine Welt. What a world. Others were like a stream of thin water, whereas I was like a bucket of full water. In other words, I was the wildest act around. performances booked all over Europe. Paris, Zurich, London, and then the invitation to Moscow came. Russian movie director Pudovkin saw me dance and found me incredibly dynamic and revolutionary. He referred me to the culture minister who happened to be in Berlin. He hired me to inspire the Russian dance arts because weirdly in Russia, they were still dancing the old-fashioned aristocratic ballet. 12 or 14 years before me, Isadora Duncan was in Moscow. She was thought of as a revolutionary, and actually was. She did natural barefoot dancing, coming after ballet. I was the next revolutionary that inspired them. I did realistic dancing. I fit in well. Back in Germany, when I did Pabst's Joyless Street, I based that character, the procuress, off a dance. De Kuplerin, the matchmaker. A sequel to Canalia. She was too old to turn tricks herself. Always a little drunk. But still full of vitality.
Kan det livet du där? Att ni wissen, wenn man sich küsst, wenn man einmal alles vergisst. Vår Glück. Kann das wirklich so sein? Wenn man immer so allein nur denkt, wenn man einmal alles ihm schenkt. Vår Glück. Niemals werde ich bereuen, was ich tat und was aus Liebe geschah.
all treading on quaking ground. We try to find a balance, but it's as if we are swinging on a trapeze. The old form is not yet gone. The new one is already coming. This, like every birth and death, is grotesque. But still, I was finding myself, finding my moment. I had the times of the 20s in me. Sure, others were more educated than me. I'm completely uneducated. Mary Wigman, for example. The Germans adore Wigman. But I, Valeska Gert, have my own reputation and am being underestimated. Maybe I'm nothing more than a chambermaid. Could be. I'm nothing but a child of the masses.
Hopefully you've been enjoying all of the performances here at the 2021 NorCal Virtual Fringe Festival. If you have been enjoying, please, please, please head to our website, norcalfringe.com, go to the PayPal link, and if you donate any amount at all, that money will be split up amongst the artists, so that way they can see how much you've been enjoying. And speaking of artists to enjoy, next up we have Fear of Speaking by Jane Comer. Now, this premise of this show speaks highly to me because of the fact that I too am an educator. Jane was helping her students get through the pandemic and their fear of public speaking and suddenly realized, I have no students, where are all of they? So she is bringing forth all of their speeches to you throughout the course of her show. So please enjoy Jane Comer.
Welcome to the Fear of Speaking, the class for those terrified of speaking in public. Today you'll hear speeches by Carla, Suzanne, Anita, Hortense, Beth, Gus, Jasmine, Catherine, and me, your teacher, Jane, as we all try to overcome the fear of speaking.
Hello, I'm Jane Comer, and welcome to my class, The Fear of Speaking. This is a special class I've been teaching, helping people overcome their greatest fear, the fear of public speaking. It's actually a greater fear than death, if you can believe it. My students have been mostly working hard, and we've made great progress, and part of the class was having to do a final recital where they would each do a speech that they had written that I had not seen ahead of time. And that's what this was meant to be. We had rented this nice space here, the Fuse Box Theater, thanks to the folks at Fuse Theater Ensemble, and we were all going into assemble here, and we were going to watch my students finally make their first big public speech. And then, unfortunately, as we all know, COVID-19, the coronavirus hit, and we were all sheltering in place, which made it really difficult for everybody to show up in one space to do their speeches. And I got to thinking, though, maybe we could just all do our speeches on that Zoom thing on the internet. That sounded like a great solution. A lot of people have been doing that. And so I got that all set up, a special Zoom room. I paid the subscription price to get the deluxe room with no time limits. And everything was set to go today. I came down here since we had already rented this room anyway, just in case one or two decided they wanted to do their speech in person. Nobody showed up, and unfortunately, nobody's logged into the Zoom room. It's just me, unfortunately, and so that kind of leaves me at kind of a loss. I mean, these words they wrote, they were important. It's important their words be heard. And so since I happen to have copies, they sent me all copies of their speeches in special binders. So I would have them here to read along as they presented them. I've not actually heard what these speeches are yet. That was their assignment, to create something I had not seen. But I do have the copies right here, as you can see. So what I was thinking I would do, since you're all there and I'm here, is to go ahead and read their speeches for them. Is that something you'd like me to do? Well, it's a good thing most of you said yes. I did hear a couple of no's out there, but you know, to be perfectly honest, no matter what you said, I was going to go ahead and read these anyway. So let's go ahead and get started. It's just a wonder that we can do all this thanks to digital photography and digital cameras. I just love this. And now, wait a minute. If I'm holding the camera here, how are you seeing me? Well, I guess we'll figure that out later. Right now, let's begin our class on the fear of speaking.
One of the more common types of speeches a person may find themselves giving is a biography. This biography may be of themselves, but it can also be about somebody else, even someone famous. Carla will now give a speech about Olivia Newton-John.
Well, this is embarrassing. As you can see, Carla didn't put a speech in her binder. She just sent me this empty binder. And that's a real shame because she was doing so well in the class, but I guess she just couldn't finish that last speech. I guess she was meaning to do one on the famous singer Olivia Newton-John. I'm not certain if any of you out there remember her. She was quite famous in her time, and I guess some people to this day still remember Olivia Newton-John because she was pretty good. She was that singer for whom 2 names were not enough. She needed 3. Olivia Newton-John. And I've got a story about Olivia Newton-John. I'll go ahead and tell you my story in place of what Carla was going to tell you. My story actually starts back in the mid-70s. Olivia had this massive #1 hit song called Have You Never Been Mellow? And what was amazing about the song was the way she went overboard expressing a female energy in that ballad. A lot of singers at that time, male or female, depended on a certain masculine energy, but not that song. That was pure female energy. And it's not that there's anything wrong about female energy or masculine energy, it's just that they are a little bit different. And that song was full of that feminine energy. Now back then, if we liked a song, we didn't have the option of just hitting repeat on our digital media player. What we would have to do is, we had a couple of options. We could buy the record. We had something called records and record players then. Or we could listen to the local top 40 radio station. We also had something called radio stations then too. And if a song was really popular, they might play it 4 or 5 times in an hour. So you turn on the radio and just wait for your song to appear. And every time Have You Never Been Mellow came up on the radio, I would just listen to it in awe of that female energy, wishing that someday I would be able to express that female energy myself. And then I would start crying because it wasn't going to be possible for me because I was transgender. Now, the years went by, I got heavily involved in live theater as a performer. And Olivia went on to success after success. She had more hit records. She was in a movie called Grease that is still popular to this day. And then she was in another movie, one that wasn't quite so popular. It was called Xanadu. And it was so bad in some ways that it became treasured for its badness, what they call a cult classic in that sense, a camp classic. And so people would watch the movie just to kind of laugh at how bad the movie was. And now, several years later, they made a musical out of Xanadu, the movie, just because it was so funny. And it was kind of a way of making fun of the movie. In the meantime, I had gone on with my stage acting until I reached a point where, well, it just wasn't possible for me not to be me anymore. I needed the transition. I needed to be myself. And when I did that, a lot of doors closed to me. It looked like I was never going to be able to act on stage again. Nobody wanted to have anything to do with me at that point, I'm afraid. And so I became an avid audience member. I love theater so much. Well, I can sit in the audience and experience that way, I guess. And I became quite the tourist when it came to theater. I would travel around the country looking at good productions in various theaters everywhere. And of course, I went to New York. And it was right at the time Xanadu the musical was playing on Broadway, so I got tickets. Now, they had something they were doing for that show where they had a limited number of seats where the audience actually sat on the stage. For those who would dare to do that. I dared. And when I arrived, they put me center on the stage. I would be in full view of the audience. And when they started the show, which was a very campy show, the actors came up to me at some point and did some shtick, and I gave them a great reaction take. That was something I was always good at in my acting, was doing reaction takes. So I just pulled a face. And the audience broke out laughing. Now, everybody else that was sitting in the audience part of the stage were scared stiff. None of them were reacting at all, but it was no big deal for me. I just let go of that face, and the audience seemed to love me. And the actors realized that, and they kept coming back to me over and over again, and I kept supplying them with yet another reaction take, and the audience just kept laughing. Now, part of Xanadu the musical was if you sat on the stage in the audience section, you were considered part of the cast for that night. So at the end of the performance, you would leave via the stage door with the other performers because you had been, in a sense, a performer that night. And so I did so, and I found myself on 44th Avenue there in Manhattan. And I was right next to the St. James Theater, Sardi's restaurant. Across the street, there was the famous Schubert Alley. In other words, I was right in the core, the very center of commercial American theater. And as I was standing there on the sidewalk, this little girl came up with her playbill from Xanadu and asked me to sign it. So I did so. And she turned around very happy and told her mother that, Mommy, she was my favorite in the whole show. And it was then that I realized, well, maybe I have a future acting in theater after all. And it was all because of Olivia Newton-John.
Another type of speech people are often asked to give once reaching a certain age is a eulogy. Suzanne will now give a eulogy for someone she knew most of her life, but never really liked.
I never really liked her, nor her me. I'll never forget the first time we met. It was during the 5th grade. She'd moved from Orange County. I'd moved up the year before from San Diego County. Of course, we took an instant dislike to each other. She didn't like the mole on my cheek, and I certainly didn't like that her eyes were just slightly crossed if you looked at her from just the right angle. We disliked each other because we were just so completely different from each other. She was Baptist, I was Methodist. She liked to eat Cocoa Krispies for breakfast, I Cocoa Puffs. She liked spearmint chewing gum, I was double mint all the way. She was best friends with Amy Evans, and I was best friends with Lorri Jones, who lived right across the street from Amy Evans. Lorri and I would walk the halls of school, and I'd see her walking with Amy, and we would give each other the evil eye, because, well, we never really liked each other. Now, don't get me wrong, well, sometimes we would eat lunch together because it was a small school district, and sharing meals could not always be helped. And we would work on occasional school projects together for the same reason. And we'd be at the same parties, we're on the same teams, in the same school plays together. I mean, after all, it was both a small town and a small school district, but we never really liked each other. Now, It is also true we were bridesmaids for each other, once again, because it was such a small town and wedding parties can be so very difficult to fill out. And after we both moved out of town to different cities far away, well, we did correspond, but when two people know each other as long as we have, that was to be understood, to be expected. And we certainly spent a lot of time visiting each other at class reunions simply for the same reason. But we absolutely never liked each other. Then I received word that she'd been killed in a car accident. And I really can't explain this, but I was devastated. Though we had never really liked each other, I had grown so used to our correspondence and visits that I sobbed and sobbed over not having them any longer. One thing about her that had always irked me was that she was such an obsessive planner. She had left instructions in the case of her death. She had requested that I come here to her funeral and give this eulogy. The nerve. Most likely because she knew how good I was with words, and for no other possible reason. But I'm at a complete loss. You see, we never really liked each other.
Sometimes a person has to describe where they work, such as career day in elementary schools. Anita will now give such a speech. She calls it call center servitude.
The scripts! Oh my God! The dreaded scripts! Hello, this message is for Jack. My name is Anita and I'm calling from Circumspect Research. In the past, you contacted us with an interest in our research studies, and I'm calling to offer you a sesame seed allergy study that would be of interest for you. If this be of desire for you, please give us a call at 888-666-8686. We are open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. We located in Albuquerque across from the doggy hospital. If you're thinking, why, that script's not even grammatically correct, you're right. Hello, this message is for Wendy. My name is Anita and I am calling from Circumspect Research. In the past, you contacted us with an interest in our research studies. I am calling to offer you a sesame seed allergy study that would be of interest for you. If this be of desire to you, please give us a call at 888-666-8686. We are open Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. We are located in Albuquerque across from the doggy hospital. Outbound phone call after outbound phone call. The people on the list I was calling were used to being called by Circumspect Research several times a week. Once you were on their list, there was no way off. So they never answered the phone, letting all the calls go to voicemail, and I was not permitted to change one stinking word of the script. I want to know what happened to my script, the one I had for my life. This wasn't supposed to be how it was. In my script, my American life was supposed to be about fancy but fun dinners that my boyfriend would take me to in his convertible jalopy. Where's my malted milk? Where's my boyfriend? Where's my easy receptionist job? All I am is a robot. Nobody wants my input. Every second of my day is monitored, recorded, and analyzed. I am a prisoner of my handset. Hello. This message is for Ska. Oh, whatever. My name is Anita, and I'm calling from Circumspect Research. In the past, you contacted us with an interest in our research studies. I am calling to offer you a sesame seed allergy study that would be of interest for you. If this be of desire to you, please give us a call at 888-666-8686. I can't guarantee that I'll be living by then, but if you are interested, we are open Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. We located in Albuquerque, across from the doggy hospital. Ah!
In a democratic society, sometimes a person has to, as they say, take it up with City Hall. Hortense does just that in this recreation of an address she gave to the City Council in 1989.
Oh, hi, Tommy. How's Melissa? Oh, hi, Jeremy. How are you doing? Well, I know it's been a long time since I've had one of my parties. Maybe before too long, I can get another one up and going and we can all have a good time again. And anyway, I'm so happy you on the City Council have all invited me here to share my experience with you today. I'm not often called to speak in front of people. I'm usually busy making certain everybody's got enough of a cocktail in their glass and that sort of thing. But here goes. I better read this because it's real hard for me to talk about this. And, well, anyway, I'd learned that there was an illness among us and that it's killing people, but not anyone that I would care about. And I was not at a severe risk for getting it myself. Oh, what a relief that was. I could just go on with life as normal. And I was having a party, and, you know, it would have been a real shame to let an epidemic get in the way of my fun. But an epidemic, if it was that, it would be killing people I know. Many people, even me. This was not an epidemic. Just a mere illness that only affected a few people I didn't even know. It would have no effect on my life whatsoever, so party on I did. I was taken by surprise when I went to my favorite baker to order a cake for my party, only to find that the illness had taken his life. Well, I was relieved to know that just by visiting his bakery, just doing that alone had not put me at any risk of catching the illness. However, I was sad just the same. He had not only baked the very best cakes in town, but he had told the sweetest jokes, always full of humor, always with a wonderful gleam in his eyes. And now I would never enjoy his cakes, or his jokes, or that gleam in his beautiful eyes, ever again. I did manage to find another baker who made okay cakes. However, upon stopping by my favorite party favor shop, I discovered it was also closed, and for the same reason. Now, in this case, the owner of the shop had been a personal friend of mine who always went out of her way to make personally engraved paper napkins for whatever occasion I had planned. But now, she was dead because of the illness. And I had to find another shop. I did so, but the owner of that shop did not have the time or the inclination to create personally engraved napkins. But I purchased from him anyway because, well, this was going to be for my dear brother's birthday, and I had no other options anymore. Now, despite the inconveniences, I finally, with more difficulty than usual, got my party put together. However, it ended up having to be canceled anyway. My dear, sweet brother, who I love more than anything in the world, also died from the illness. But I would go on living, for I was not at severe risk of getting the illness, and it would have no effect on my life at all. I mean, gentlemen, this illness has long had a name. Bigotry. Isn't it time we did something? Well, that's my story. What's your story?
A common form of speech is where we try to describe to someone else how much they hurt us. Beth reenacts the time she ran into an old friend.
Amy? Amy? Is that you? Oh my goodness, so how are you? Well, this is really eerie. I was just thinking the other day about you, trying to remember how long it's been since I've last seen you, and I realize it's been at least 7 years. Can you believe that? Well, how are you? Well, how's Tony? Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. Well, remember when we realized we'd been friends for 30 years and how we decided to celebrate by taking a girls' trip to Seattle? Remember that? And how even though it was raining, things were going nicely until we got just past Tacoma. And then all of a sudden we had a flat tire. And remember how you managed to somehow get the car off the road and down the off-ramp, and right there at the end of the off-ramp there was a tire store? Oh my goodness, how lucky was that? They pulled this nail out of the tire that had a really weird yellow top to it, I remember that. And they put a new tire on, and we were on our way to Seattle. And when we got there, we parked in this temporary spot right next to the door, and we went in and checked into the hotel. And do you remember how upset we were, though, when we came back outside and saw that there was another flat tire on the car with the same kind of yellow top nail sticking out? And remember how angry we were at that tire place for not carefully checking all the tires to make certain there wasn't another nail out there that had gotten picked up. Remember that? Do you remember how nice the hotel was, though? They let us keep our car there in that 15-minute spot all night. That was a big deal in Seattle, let me tell you. And do you remember the next morning how they were so kind to call another tire store that rushed right over with a mobile unit, and they took that tire off and put a new tire on, and we were all good to go again? Remember that? And how we went on to shop until we dropped, and to eat until we dropped, and we talked and walked and walked and rode the monorail together. Remember all those things we did in Seattle? I certainly do. And I also remember how you said right when we were getting ready to leave that you hadn't had a good time. And how quiet things were in the car as we made our way back to Portland. And then, just after a bathroom break in Centralia, I remember how we suddenly felt the feel that you get from another blown tire. And how we barely made it onto an island in the middle of the freeway. And wouldn't you know it, just then, two different men in different cars pulled off. They both worked together and quickly got that tire changed for us. And as they were leaving, I was so grateful. I was waving goodbye to them. And as I was doing so, I remember looking over and seeing that you were in the car and you were driving off without me. I remember standing there in the rain. I was cold. I needed a coat. I needed my best friend. I needed a ride. You just abandoned me there. You wouldn't return my calls. You wouldn't respond to my messages. And you know, there was something really weird as well. I remember when those men were changing the tires, I saw a box in the trunk of your car. A box of nails with that same yellow color on top. Yeah, I remember that, Amy. You disappeared from my life without even a goodbye. It's as if I never meant anything to you at all. And maybe I didn't. So, how are you?
Gus did not like this class very much. His boss made him sign up for it. His speech is called, "It Takes a Lot to Satisfy Me."
I've gone to the green room. I really don't want to do Gus's speech at all. It's just that he was such a pain. Excuse the language, he was such an ass. And I really don't want to do a guy. I mean, how do you do a guy anyway? I guess you get your voice kind of down like this. Well, let me give it a try right here. I'm not doing it any place but right here, just to get it over with, because I did promise I would read everybody's speech, even Gus's. Let's go. Well, hello. I hope you're enjoying this recital. I know I'm not. Our teacher doesn't know it, but I never even planned to be there. Virus or no virus, I was never going to be there. I feel sorry for all of you who are. Well, at least it's not one of those one-person plays. I mean, where's the spectacle with that? The massive scene changes, the elaborate costumes, you won't find them there. You know, it takes a lot to satisfy me. And so far, I haven't found it. I don't like having to speak to people. That's not the only thing I don't like, though. Among the things I don't like, the things that don't satisfy me are hemming and hawing. Oh, how I hate hemming and hawing. Poems. Oh man, how I hate poems. The sun. I hate the sun. Moochers. Get a job, moochers. People calling me to take part in medical studies. And most of all, I hate me, myself, and I.
Once in a while, a person may be asked to get up in front of a room full of strangers and produce their memories of someone everyone once knew long ago. Jasmine will now present the speech she gave at a theater industry gathering. Her memory of the angel of romance.
Hello, I'm Jasmine, and I hate people. You might want to know where it all started. Well, that's not really important. It was my childhood. It all began with a type of chewing gum called Altogether Chewing Gum. Do you all remember that chewing gum? It was a very special gum. I just couldn't stop eating their cinnamon flavored gum. And they came with 2 pieces of gum in each wrapper. One piece was for you, and the other one was for a friend. And the problem was, I didn't have any friends when I was 11 years old that I could give that other piece of gum to. So they just all piled up in my bedroom, unchewed, these unchewed pieces of gum. I mean, I could chew my pieces, but those pieces were meant for a friend. So they just piled up, and I just decided right then and there, I hate all people. Hey, you. I know you. And I know you, and you. Oh, and I especially know you. I saw your last play. I've seen all of your plays. You. Yes, I saw your play, the one that you were just in, and it brought back wonderful memories of all those times you used to be so good in other plays. What happened? And you. Did she ever forgive you? Well, I'll get your answer later. Well, you see, don't take this personally, but I hate all actors. Now, where that started, well, that's not important either. What happened here in town. Is Lisa Rinaldi here by any chance? No, I guess she's not. Well, it started with Lisa Rinaldi. I saw her in a play, and she was really good. And I got to thinking I wouldn't mind being friends with her. That would be so great. We could eat Danishes on Sunday morning and talk about men. So I went to the lobby after the play was over and waited for her. And she came out and she had a very long conversation with somebody else, but I waited my turn. And when she was done with that person, I stepped forward and introduced myself to her. And wouldn't you know it, Lisa Rinaldi looked right at me and said, I hope you'll understand, I haven't time to speak to people like you. And then she just marched right out the door, leaving me there with an open mouth and a hatred, an absolute hatred of actors like you. For that reason, I really shouldn't have liked Dennis. Dennis was a human being, that was a strike. Dennis was an actor, that was definitely a strike. And what's more, Dennis was gay. Oh, didn't I mention I hate gay people too? And where that started, that's also not important. What was in my apartment? I had this roommate for 3 years named Barry. And he was supposed to be my roommate, but I just wanted to have a relationship with him, but he never made one move. Finally, we got into it. I wanted to know why he didn't find me sexy. And the argument got so bad that it ended with me packing up my stuff, throwing my stuff in my car and driving off, Barry trying to stop me, and I inadvertently drove over his foot, breaking his toe. And the outcome of all of that is he finally came out as gay. So because of Barry, I hate all gay people. So it's not personal. If you happen to be gay, it's just because of Barry that I hate gay people. But Dennis was gay. But somehow, I liked Dennis because he seemed to hate people as much as I did. Now, where I met Dennis was at a bookstore we were working at. I had a regular full-time job, but that didn't keep me away from people enough. So I got a job in retail. That really kept me away from people and all the hours I wasn't working Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, you understand. And Dennis seemed to hate those people that came into the store as much as I did. If somebody came in asking where to find a certain book, he'd always give them the same answer, right down the center aisle, and you turn to the left, no matter where the book actually was. And then he would turn to me and we'd just kind of snicker. We bonded instantly. Another thing Dennis liked to do was if somebody came into the store, every once in a while, if he didn't feel like giving them the wrong directions, he'd just start talking in some strange foreign language that didn't actually exist. He'd just do that, and people would look at him, and after a moment just kind of sadly shake their heads and walk off. And I just loved it when he did that. But anyway, after a while, I started doing something very unusual. I started having Saturday night dinners with Dennis. Now, it wasn't like it was just us two together. It was actually his regular night for having dinner with a theater friend of his. And so I was sort of the tag along, but I tagged along anyway. Now his friend was really strange, as it turned out. Have you heard of those transgender people? Well, this friend of Dennis's turned out to be one of those. I really don't understand those transgender people, do you? But it was the price I had to pay to be with Dennis, so I put up with this person. And I would sit and watch them at these restaurants, just telling their theater stories over and over again. And I'm sorry, I know you want me to tell you some of Dennis's theater stories. That's the whole reason you invited me here, but I can barely remember any of them. There was one story that seemed pretty funny. He was in some production of a musical, I think it was called Little Abner, and the last night of the show, some chorus member thought it would be really funny to pull practical jokes on everybody, so he went around messing up with everything, and Dennis's character had this speech that he read at the end of every show, and he broke some kind of acting rule by not actually memorizing the lines. He had them written on the paper he held that was part of the proclamation he was reading. Well, anyway, that last night he got his prop and went out on stage and looked down and saw that instead of the lines that he usually recited, it was filled with every obscenity known to the human race. And he just stood there staring at this proclamation, wanting to know what he could possibly do. He couldn't read those words, at least not in the conservative town this play was being produced in. And so finally he thought he did something real clever. He handed the piece of paper over to the actor standing next to him, who was playing the sheriff. And he said to the sheriff, "Well, why don't you go ahead and read this for me?" And the actor playing the sheriff took one look at the piece of paper, saw the foul language, and instantly handed the paper back to Dennis saying, "Well, Pappy, you know I can't read." And somehow Dennis managed to get off the stage. So that's the theater story I remember about Dennis. Now, I actually prefer to remember his real life stories. He was just crazy everywhere he went. my favorite real-life story might be the time that he went to a 7-Eleven to get a bunch of Diet Pepsi. He was always drinking Diet Pepsi. And he came back out to get in his car, and when he got behind the wheel, he noticed everything seemed strange. There was like this fence between him and the back seat, and all these radios and electronic devices. And it was only after a couple of minutes he realized he was sitting in a police squad car. What's more, when he looked out the window, he saw the police officer the car belonged to standing there with a strange look on his face. And somehow Dennis got the officer to laugh at how he had somehow mistaken that squad car for his little tiny Honda car. And that was just Dennis, though. He was able to get everybody laughing at him. Even I laughed all the time with him. It was just something about him that gave you some hope. Even if you hated all of humanity, Dennis was that person that would somehow bring you out of that hatred. And it didn't work totally on me. I still hate all of you. But honest to goodness, I love Dennis. Now, you're asking, I heard a lot of people asking about this nickname Dennis had, the Angel of Romance, and where that all came from. Well, it was that transgender friend of his. She was a bit of a writer, and she kept joking that she was going to write a play about him someday and call it the Angel of Romance, because Dennis was not... He didn't seem like the most romantic type in the world. He was a little too sour and sarcastic to be romantic. So it was rather a sarcastic, funny joke that he would be in something, called the Angel of Romance, because that was definitely not what he seemed to be. But Dennis turned out not to be what his facade was. Underneath it all, he seemed to be somebody who actually really cared about people. Really, he was always there for you. And the most important thing about Dennis is if they still had all together chewing gum, he would have taken my extra piece. So I guess ultimately, if you can look beyond the outside of somebody, you could actually maybe find a friend or two. I don't know. But I guess in that way, Dennis actually was the Angel of Romance. And, where it happens, not important. It was in Dennis's apartment. He was found dead from a heart attack. Well, it's been great talking to you all. I think I'll look up his friend, that transgender one. Maybe we can become friends ourselves now. She was always joking about writing that play about him called The Angel of Romance, or at least writing something and putting it up in front of people, calling it The Angel of Romance, all about him. And I'll bet you she hasn't done it.
A good way to reveal something about yourself, when otherwise the fear of speaking would prevent you, is by simply reading something you wrote as a child. It may be a diary entry, or a blog entry, or old love notes you saved. Catherine will now read a poem she wrote when very young.
In the atmosphere, the red glow grew on the morning that nature left no dew, when infant children opened their doors and discovered that it was the last Christmas before. The love they once thought non-existent, though their search had been persistent, was now found right underneath their skin, where, of course, it always had been. The hate they thought innate, to the point of labeling it fate, could not be found anywhere now, of course. The word was care. The children standing at their doors were not infants anymore. They had finally risen from their floor and found contentment the last Christmas before. I want to thank everyone for watching tonight. It was such a pleasure to have you as a part of our class. I only wish my students could have delivered their speeches themselves. I hope I did them justice. But what was important was you being able to listen to their words, because that's really the other side of the equation. Once you learn to overcome the fear of speaking, you will also have to overcome the fear of listening. And now it's time for me to read you my speech, The Fear of Speaking. It is said that in many ways we are all strangers, and that no matter how many words are shared, no matter how much time is spent, strangers we will remain. And now, the fear of speaking. My dad did that. My dad could do anything. I guess it's always hard when you lose a parent, because up to the time that it happens, you've never known a world without them. My dad always amazed me. He was born in Southern California. It was 1939. Within a short time, America would be at war. My grandfather and my dad's many uncles soon went off to serve, but the war ended without my father being old enough to have very much of an impression of it. Instead, his interests soon turned toward reading. He loved the Hardy Boys mystery novels, and he collected each and every one, reading them all. My dad did that. My dad could do anything. In high school, he was on the basketball team. They won a state championship. Dad was the tallest player on the team. The school, to be honest, was so small there were only 6 players on the whole team. My dad used to tell me with a laugh that the other players didn't really do much except for this one short guard who always managed to get him the ball in just the right location so he could drop it right through the hoop. My dad did that. My dad could do anything. He met my mother, married her, and I came quickly after. Soon he found a job which required him to drive from business to business all over the county, driving a company car. If I wasn't in school, I would often go to work with him. The boss didn't mind. My dad enjoyed taking me to work with him, hoping that I would learn to be a lot like him. However, I already knew that I was different from him in significant ways. My favorite part of going to work with Dad was lunch. Often, we would go through a drive-through window, pick up some fast food, and go to a park or a playground. After eating, there'd still be time for me to play. My dad tried to teach me games that he said boys love to play. Finally, the time came when I asked him, well, what if I don't want to play the games boys want to play? When he asked me why, I said, Dad, don't you know? I'm a girl. My father drove me around that afternoon in a stony silence that scared me. My dad did that. My dad could do anything. I stopped going to work with Dad after that. For a while, I continued trying to let him and everybody else know that I was a girl. However, he always seemed to get this strange, faraway look in his eyes whenever I tried to tell him. And then I noticed everyone else did too. It was everyone. I didn't like people going so far away. So I decided to start hiding myself from everyone else. It was lonely, and I felt like I was the one now going far away. Things, though, just seemed to be better that way. My dad did that. My dad could do anything. Years went by. Back then, The Wizard of Oz was only shown one time per year on TV. I always watched it. I watched Judy Garland as Dorothy, looking for a way home, a way to be herself, and discovering that she had all the power all along. Perhaps I would somehow be able to marshal that power myself. I surely wanted to hope so. I remember seeing magazines with stories on Judy Garland at the age she was currently. She was in her late 40s, so much older than Dorothy. The headlines were that she had gotten married again and was finally happy at last. I thought, well, didn't she know she had the power to be happy all along? I also remember the day not long after where the newsman on TV said that Judy Garland had passed away at the age of 47. I'm not sure if death was the home that she wanted to use her power to get to. I remember that my father tried to console me. Lots of people loved her. She'll be missed by many, he told me. A short time later, my father mentioned another news story. People at a bar in New York City had rioted with the police. He said the bar was full of people who were different, and that there were laws against being different. The police often arrested people there, but this time was different. The people fought back. Perhaps, my dad said, it was because Judy Garland's funeral had taken place earlier in the same city. Perhaps that's why they were fighting with the police, because they really, really loved Judy Garland. Years later, I learned that the name of the bar was the Stonewall Inn, and that some felt that the riot was because of Judy Garland. But I heard that theory first from my dad. My dad did that. My dad could do anything. More years passed. Rock Hudson, handsome movie star, was on the television. Perhaps it was one of his many movies with Doris Day. Or maybe it was his TV series, Macmillan and Wife. What it was we were exactly watching escapes my brain. But I've never forgotten what my father said about Rock Hudson. First he said that Rock Hudson was gay. Then he started casually listing all of the gay bars in both Los Angeles and even San Francisco that Rock went to. And I wondered, how did my dad know all of that? I began to wonder if I wasn't the only person in the world hiding who I was. My dad did that. My dad could do anything. Still more years passed. I'd been living on my own for some time. A previously unknown disease, which primarily attacked men who had sex with men, killed Rock Hudson. And then my mother phoned to break the news. My father had the same illness, AIDS. My mother, who had suddenly divorced my father several years before, told me of the part of his life that my father felt he needed to keep secret all this time. Though I knew my dad's secret, we did not discuss it, because I had learned from my dad there are just some things that are not spoken of. My dad did that. My dad could do anything. Additional time flew by. Time does that. And then came the time I could not hide who I was anymore. I needed to be who I really was. I needed to transition. And I needed to tell my dad, no matter how far away from me it made him go. You know, when somebody transitions, it's striking the reactions you can have from people. Many people find the news challenging, and many people have trouble processing the information, and many people just disappear from your life. Telling a person that you're transitioning is often the last interaction you ever have with that person. My father, however, made it strangely easy. He told me he loved me no matter what. His quiet acceptance was so different from the reaction of so many others. I had believed that transitioning was a form of death. It's just that I had no other options. I could no longer live pretending to be somebody I wasn't. There was, however, a very good chance that others would not allow me to live as myself. I lost most of my friends. I was laid off from a job where months before I'd been named Employee of the Year. But my dad accepted me. Because of him, I knew I could live in the world as me. My dad did that. My dad could do anything. A couple of years into my transition, I was visiting my dad. He could not stop telling me how beautiful I was. And then we went dancing. My dad took me out onto the dance floor, and we danced. We danced. It was just like I lived my entire life for this one moment, this one beautiful, singular moment where I was finally completely me in the world, and I was dancing with my dad. It was so natural, so right. My confidence in myself was complete. My dad did that. My dad could do anything. That turned out to be the only time I danced with Dad. The years continued to speed by. We visited again when possible, which wasn't possible very often because he lived in Bellingham and I in Portland. Every birthday, every Christmas, feminine jewelry would arrive in the mail. A very girlish card attached. Just knowing that my father accepted me for who I was made everything so easy in my life. Now, my father had been dealing with AIDS for a very long time, and there had been very many health scares over the years, just too many to count, where he would need to go into the hospital to have some cancer removed or even open heart surgery. But somehow, he always managed to survive. My dad did that. My dad could do anything. A neighbor of my father contacted me to let me know he was in the hospital again. The neighbor said it looked like this might be the end for my dad, and I thought, well, that was silly. He's been in the hospital so many times and always seemed to recover. Reaching him on the phone, he sounded like his usual self. Oh, there's no reason to come up here, he said. Then at the end of the call, he mentioned that he had great health insurance and that there wouldn't be any hospital bills to worry about. And I thought, oh, that was odd. Why would I be worried about a hospital bill when everything was okay? I tried to talk to the hospital staff, and they asked who I was. And I told them I was his daughter, and they said, well, he didn't list any daughters on his next of kin. I made the trip up. And my dad died. We arranged to have my father cremated. I was named in the will as the executrix. The lawyer my father had been working with stated that he had not known of my gender transition and that my name was my old name on all of the documents that my father had recently put together. I quickly learned that while my father accepted me as a woman to my face, behind my back, and all of his interactions with everyone else, I was still his son. I had never thought of my dad as an actor. I was the actress in the family, but he was good, really good. He had me fooled. My father's support had been so important in my early days of transition. I thought he would immediately reject me. Instead, he had appeared to accept me. But it was all fake. My dad did that. My dad could do anything. Then Dad's house was broken into and ransacked. All my dad's possessions dumped out on the floors of his home. His furniture turned upside down and family photographs scattered all over. Pictures of him, pictures of me, and pictures of the two of us together from a time when I appeared to be his little boy. He just couldn't let go of the little boy he thought he knew and loved. And so he gave me to my face what he could see that I needed so much, holding tight to what it was that he needed when I wasn't around. I was angry. In addition to the usual grief that happens when you lose your father, I had this as well. My dad did that. My dad could do anything. Then it dawned on me, I only had one father. He was dead now, and I could not even confront him. I could either spend the rest of my life hating the man that he wasn't, or love the man that he actually was. Of course, knowing exactly who he was is hard because the fear of speaking kept him from telling anyone. So Dad never truly accepted my gender. But you know, there's a good many people in this world who, knowing my background, do not accept my gender. If I went around not loving people who did not accept my gender, then there very well might not be anyone for me to love. Many transgender people find that they get the best acceptance from people who don't know them, who don't know their background, who don't know they were assigned a different gender at birth. But if people don't know you completely, that acceptance can seem very empty. If I'd never been honest about who I was, I would have never had that beautiful, wonderful dance with my dad. To have that one true moment where the stars and heaven seem just right. My dad did that. My dad could do anything. Of course, people not accepting my gender means that, in a very important way, they do not know who I am. So, how could they ever love me if they don't know me? All I know is, if you're so afraid of people not knowing who you are that you live your life with a fear of speaking of it, you're destined for a life without even the occasional moments of true happiness, of true connection. Besides, I know as well as anyone that you can love someone without fully knowing them. After all, I love my dad very much. I am my dad's daughter. I can do anything.
Our next offering for the 2021 NorCal Virtual Fringe is La Placita, written by Arnold Anthony Schmidt. This is his second show for this festival. This show is filmed in dramatic black and white and depicts the 1931 La Placita riots, where U.S. authorities arrested, harassed, and deported Mexicans and Mexican Americans during the Great Depression. This story of prejudice is so appropriate now and never has been more important to pay attention. Bring you La Placita.
You heard, right? About the trouble with police at La Placita Park? Oh, so you haven't heard? Well, let me tell you. Things are rotten. Me? Maybe you're thinking, why should we listen to this guy? Who is he? And where did he come from? Let me tell you. I was born right here in the barrio. I went to school here. Ask anybody. They'll tell you, Francisco? He speaks the truth. I write for La Opinión. Maybe you've read my articles about violence against Mexicans here in Los Angeles. About the deportations. Well, what do we care about journalists, you ask? Here in California, everybody reads La Opinión. You want to learn the news from Mexico or Mexicans living here in California? What else would you read but La Opinión? Maybe you don't want to get mixed up in anything, huh? You don't want any trouble? Well, I'm afraid it's too late for that. The trouble has already started. It's 1931. And there's a depression. A lot of people are out of work. And they gotta blame somebody. And we're it. Let me tell you what I saw at the park. Now, La Placita is the center of our community. Everybody goes there to see everybody else. Family, friends, neighbors, compatriots from the villages in the old country. I think that's why they raided the park. They knew it would get everyone's attention. I was sitting on the side near the train station. Myself and a few guys from a construction site, we were having coffee and talking. You know, they just got off work. The guys, they were flirting with the women from the dress factory. They just got off too. It was such a fine day for February. In the park, it was packed. Somebody somewhere was strumming a guitar, and the abuelitas, they took their babies out for fresh air. Oh, and the food that the vendors were selling. Oh, it smelled so good. It made your mouth water. The children playing after school, eating flavored ice and fruit. All to win like this. It all happened so suddenly, without warning. I mean, 1 minute the park is full of people, everybody's having a good time, and the next minute, panic. People running, women screaming, children frightened. La Migra came out of nowhere. It seemed like there were almost 100 of them. At first I noticed there was a man walking in front, holding a nightstick in his fist and slapping it against his other hand. And then maybe 8 or 10 men in uniform, walking right behind. They entered the park slowly, followed by rows and rows of others. Federal officials, county sheriff, city police. I mean, to me, it all seemed like it was in a movie. Like they were all moving in slow motion. They crossed the park and came closer. Everyone ran. But when I looked around, I noticed that there were pairs of men blocking all the exits. There was no way anyone could get out without being stopped. And all this right in front of Our Lady, Queen of Angels Church. Santo Cristo. Don't they have any respect? How could something like this happen, you're asking? Well, this is not the first raid, but it's the most public one. The Bureau of Immigration is sending a message. Mexicans, go back to Mexico. You're no longer wanted here. Maybe you don't understand why they want to kick us out. That President Hoover, he hopes to shore up support from the unions by deporting low-wage workers. And here in LA, they're orchestrating these sweeps, picking up citizens, people with papers, children that were born here, and others without documentation, and quickly sending them back to Mexico. You know, there was a raid in San Fernando on Ash Wednesday. Yeah, you read about that one in the paper. I mean, even the lawyers at the LA Bar Association condemned their behavior. That doesn't stop them, though. Now, you'd think the unions would protect us. I mean, after all, we're workers, too. Some do, and not all. The American Federation of Labor wants Hoover to deport foreigners, saying it will create jobs for the real Americans. As if I'm not a real American. I've been here 35 years, a citizen. I vote, I've served in the army, everything. And here in California, the American Legion and the veterans of foreign wars want the Mexicans out. Foreign wars. My cousin Jesus died at Verdun. Foreign wars. And some Anglos don't think we're as good as them. There's this professor at the University of California, Dr. S.J. Holmes, and he said that Mexicans are, quote, below par physically. Physically. Now, I'd like to see him do the kind of work I can do. Sun up to sundown. And in intellectual capacity. I have an uncle that's a doctor, and his son is an engineer. You know, in America, no matter what our qualifications, they only want us for the pico y pala, the pick and shovel work.
They call us sand people, as though Mexico had nothing but hungry campesinos. And the other newspapers and magazines have whipped up this anti-Mexican hysteria, as though we're the cause of the problem. You believe me, if they threw out all the Mexicans from the country, there still would be a depression. It didn't start with us. But the atmosphere is poisonous right now. And Hearst has always hated Mexicans. And his newspapers, they publish terrible lies. And the Saturday Evening Post ran this series on how foreigners are destroying the country. I mean, who do they think founded this country? Unless you're related to an Indian, you're an immigrant. Let's face it. Mexicans are hard workers. I mean, we'll go anywhere. I should know. I have family all over this country. My Uncle Fernando and his sons, they are picking beets in Minnesota. And my brother, he's in Kansas. He lays railroad tracks. My Aunt Dolores and her 6 brothers work in a meat packing plant in Chicago. I have 2 cousins, my father's side. They're mining coal in Oklahoma. Oh, and I got another cousin, works the assembly line. Makes cars in Detroit. I mean, we're everywhere. You don't believe me? The consulate says more than 25,000 Mexicans work in Chicago alone. And that's not to mention Detroit, Gary, Omaha, and Pittsburgh. I wrote an article last week, interviewed somebody from the YWCA in St. Paul, Minnesota. She asked me, how in the world do Mexicans get all the way up here? So I told her, and if you got work, we'll come and do it. That's all we want, is work. Enough to feed our family, and maybe a little dignity. You know, when I worked in the railroad station, I saw a sign on the door of a restaurant. That no dogs, negros, or Mexicans. The movie theaters, they had us sit upstairs in the balcony, away from the Anglos. Even our kids in school. When the bus carried the white children to class, our Mexican boys and girls had to walk. Well, my daughter told me that the Anglos on the bus would hang out of the window and jeer at the little kids as they walked up the hills. So this afternoon at La Placita, after La Mira came in, you know what I did? At first I felt like I should run, and they made me feel dirty somehow. Then I got angry. I've done nothing wrong. The cops, they treated us as though we were guilty of something, just for living here. They pushed and shoved, no respect. They arrested anybody who didn't have any papers. Even those that were here legally, they just took them away. Over 400 people. Someone said they had a train waiting for them to take them deep into Mexico, away from the borders, so they couldn't easily return. And one guy, he started complaining, asking the cops what right they had to arrest these people. He had papers too. I saw the cop. He took them, stuffed them into his pocket, and refused to return them. They took the poor guy away. I know him too. Has a family. 2 kids, 1 on the way. What happens to them? And the Mexican consul? Last week, I interviewed one of the embassy staff, and he said that the Bureau of Immigration deports Mexicans so quickly that by the time the consulate hears their case, it's too late. So much for law and order. Unless you're Anglo and wealthy. And the poor Anglos, they have it rough too, though not as rough as we do. This depression, it brings the worst out of people at the top of the ladder. And then us on the lower rungs, we have to suffer for it. It's not right, of course, but it's the way the world is. El diablo no está llevando. Everything is going to hell.
Thank you so much for joining us for our first grouping of shows at the NorCal Virtual Fringe Festival. What we're going to do now is give you a brief 2-hour break, during which time you can use the restroom, you can get something to eat, you can imbibe in whatever it is you choose to imbibe in. And what I really suggest you do is go to norcalfringe.com, find that PayPal link, go ahead and donate anything you can. Every little bit helps. And that way, our performers know how much you've been enjoying it. Now, after that 2-hour break, however, we're going to be giving you a little bit more mature content, if you know what I mean.